Lauren, Rob Targus is in the waiting room. Do you want to have people wait, or do you want me to let them in as they show up in the waiting room?
I'm gonna leave the members to wait a few more minutes still so that we can get the captioners and the interpreters all set up and make sure that things are smooth.
Okay, captioners on the way in.
Okay, the stream is working so far.
Good morning, everyone. Get access.
All right, Craig, since you're host, can you designate the captioner to do captions?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Liz, is everything looking good on your end? Are you you're seeing that you are spotlighted, and you should be able to pin multiple participants now in the Zoom application. So you'll be able to pin Eric in this first part of the meeting, and then also pin Gary Talley in the second meeting, I believe.
I think I may need to be a co-host for that, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
To be able to do both, don't know.
I'll make sure that.
Here's Ivy. Good morning.
Hi, Ivy.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
So Lauren or David, do you want the ASL to also be co-host?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Set that. All right.
Okay. So this morning, the first part, we just have Eric on the executive committee, and then in the afternoon we have.
All right, we're gonna need to test the captions when we can.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Technology's decided it doesn't want to function at the moment. Give me 1 sec.
Okay.
I figure if I talk nice to it, it'll stop being a pain.
David, once I've started the YouTube stream, do you want me to switch you back as being host, or switch that to Lauren? Or?
Yeah, I mean, that'll be up to Lauren. We may be getting close enough to the start that it might be time to designate her.
Yeah, I think that we can go ahead, as long as everybody just keep in mind that even though the meeting hasn't started, it's going to be live streaming. So
Stop all the cussing.
yeah, don't embarrass anyone.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and make you, Lauren, I'm going to make you host here.
Okay.
And I don't know, do you need to make me co-host for anything? I don't, David.
I need somebody to make me co-host because I've lost all my privileges.
Let me do
Sorry, I
that.
probably should have done that.
Yes, I'm also going to leave, Craig, I'm gonna leave you as co-host as well.
Okay.
I think that's all that you need, I believe. I'm gonna start admitting these couple of members so that we can make sure they are okay and set up as well. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Lauren.
How are you?
I'm good. Was that Liz? I'm good. And how are you?
Captions is up and running.
Can we do another, I'm sorry, I didn't have the captions turned on. Can we do another test really quick for the captions?
Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect.
Can I assist in any way or?
No,
Okay.
thank you though. Hi, Karen. Oh, you're muted, Karen. I'm sorry, I let you talk a really long time. I feel like I wasn't looking at your frame. I'm so sorry. I looked down and I'm like, oh, she's definitely talking.
I think that every Zoom meeting should have some type of a header that says you're muted.
Just big, bold red letters come across every time you mute. Yeah.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Doing good, Karen. How are you?
Good, good, good. Good to see everybody. See everybody. I
Can we
can't.
test those captions one more time? I think I saw something on the screen, but I looked away for a second.
They should be live.
Yeah, they're rolling through now.
Okay, I just want to make sure they're showing up on YouTube. Okay. Yep, it's working.
Awesome.
Everybody's good? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure.
And I do know that you leave at 12 and we'll reassign to the new captioner at that time, okay?
Yep, that's exactly. No worries.
Thank you.
All right, Lauren, I'm going to leave this. I'll be on and I'm leaving this just in the background, but
Okay.
either just let me know, or if you don't want to interrupt the meeting, just text me and I'll check if there's anything needed.
Will
Same
do.
with you.
Thank you.
Same with you, David. I'll send you my cell just in case you don't have it.
All right.
There aren't any internet issues this time, are there?
Well, I'm at the office
Oh,
because that's where the good internet is.
and
So,
I'm at the office because that's where the good internet is. So I get
That's
it.
surprising.
right? Well, the southern edge of Chesterfield County is just a
Right.
nothing zone.
And well, no, I can't say all, but the majority of Franklin County does not have high-speed internet either.
Yeah. A lot of people that work in this agency as well as other agencies do not have the internet to actually telework.
Yeah,
And-
it's really amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Whenever I go on the dashboard and look at the stats of the calls for people that are to the DARs, always the people that are teleworking from home have way better stats than the people that are working at headquarters.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's like night and day.
Well, it is. That's sad because it's like night and day in the opposite direction when I come to the office compared to meetings at home on Zoom. I can't run my camera and be in the meeting at the same time. I just
Ooh.
too much.
Me either.
Yeah, we've actually been trying to navigate through the connection issues at headquarters because it's going to be a serious problem when everybody goes back, if that's sometime soon.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, there's the top of Ken's head. Hi, Ken's head. Oh, there's all of Ken.
Hi, Ken.
Hi, Ken.
You're muted, just so you know. And we are live.
We are live. Ken.
You're still on mute, Ken.
Still muted. Maybe he might be on purpose.
I was gonna say maybe that's not a bad thing right now. Oh, that's funny. What time is it? Oh, good. Okay.
Just so that you know, Leland could not be here today. It was absolutely unavoidable,
Okay.
but I will make sure that I'm taking excellent notes for the minutes and that side is covered, so.
Okay. So
And Lauren, I can assist with that and take notes. outside of the treasurer stuff.
Sure.
So to help since Leland is not here. So.
Thank you, Rob.
Oh, gosh, Ken figured out how to unmute.
Now, Ken, do you know how to mute yourself again?
Oh, God, no.
No, I just want to make sure because we're live.
There's a little blue thing up in the little box that.
There you go. All right. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't mean that. I did not mean that to sound.
Hey, I'm going to have to leave at noon, by the way.
Okay.
We have our second shot scheduled this afternoon.
That is lovely.
Yeah.
Hi, Marcia.
Good morning.
Hi, Marcia.
Good morning. And I am going to piggyback on Ken. I have to get my daughter to the second shot, and I will also be leaving right about noon.
Look, a lot of people getting shots.
Oh, hi, Bo.
What did you say, Ken?
Look who joined us.
Hi, Bo.
Hi, this is Judy.
Oh, hey, Judy.
Hi, Judy. I'm going to rename you so that we can see your name associated with your phone number.
All right.
And you're all set.
Thanks, Lauren.
So the only person that we're waiting for is Eric, is that right?
Yes.
And we have some people on the call who I don't know. So we'll give Eric a minute or two because I don't think it's quite 9. I have 8:59, so.
Oh, Ken, I saw your new addition. You've got a beautiful kitty.
Beautiful, Ken. I can't wait until to see what she looks like when she grows up. Her belly, the fur on her belly, she looks like a leopard underneath.
Wow.
So she's about the size of our other domestic short hair who is full grown. So
wow. It was hard to tell from the picture.
Bo is 14.5 pounds.
Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Faye wants to put him on.
That's a lot of Bo.
That's a lot of Bo, yeah.
Oh,
I got things buzzing at me everywhere. Okay,
I think it's just 9 o'clock now.
Yeah, I think
somewhere.
I think that's probably why my phone and things were buzzing.
My little clock is chiming, so yeah,
Okay.
it is 9 o'clock.
Lauren, did you hear anything from Eric about
Eric yeah, he's planning on being in attendance.
Okay. Well, let's wait another minute or two. Because as we know, it's never the same time all over the Commonwealth, right?
That's right. It's 5 o'clock here. I'm drinking.
We are live, Ken.
Yeah, Ken, I went to Richmond last week up and back to go pick up the kitten. So we've had some really funny experiences with her. So
the ears.
Trying to keep her separated from the dogs and the other cats until she kind of gets used to the noises, and actually had her out with me yesterday, and the other cat is just intrigued. It's like, oh my gosh, somebody to play with. So
the ears are really big.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Liz and Ivy would like to give a reminder to please state your names before you speak during the meeting. And if we could remind members in the full council meeting at the top of the meeting. And even just while you all are chatting, in case the Eric comes in, so that he knows exactly what is happening with this conversation. We have 2 Maine Coon cats, right? We've got Bo and is it
Luna?
Luna, that's what I thought. I didn't want to be wrong. Okay.
Yep, Luna. her name was. Or
This
what
is
they were
Marcia.
calling
We're
her.
sorry. We'll do better.
No, you're fine.
So I suggest, oh, this is Karen. I suggest we go ahead and get started. I want to welcome everybody to the Silk Executive Committee meeting. There are a few people connected who I'm not sure I know. One is Chris Miller and the other one is David, is it Rodenheiser maybe?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
so Chris, could you introduce yourself, please?
I think that Chris is muted, but she's going to unmute.
Hi, I'm Chris Miller. I'm a colleague of Lauren's, and I'm here to help her with the back end of today's meeting. But I'm also just looking forward to hearing more. So thank you.
And
Thank
Chris
you,
is, this is Marcia. Chris is also the director of the Brain Injury Services Unit.
Okay.
And David Rodenheiser is our support for the Zoom. So he's our logistics person for Zoom.
All right. Well, do we need to do roll call, Lauren, since the majority of the executive committee members are here?
I'll just go down the list of who is, because you are a new, this is you all's new term as officer. So some of you have switched positions and such. So I'll go down and do a little bit of a roll call if that's okay.
Sure.
So Karen Carney is chair, Ken Jessup, vice chair, Rob Targos is treasurer, Marcia Dubois is our DARS ex officio, Judy Jackson is our DBVI ex officio. And let me see, I don't know if Eric has joined yet, but he should be joining anytime. So Eric Raff, the director ex officio for VDDHH.
Great. Thank you, Lauren. This is Karen. Everyone should have received a copy of the minutes from the last executive committee meeting in January 2021. It sure seems like it was a lot longer than that. Does anybody have any changes to the minutes? If none, Lauren, can we just accept them by consensus?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Did we have anybody sign up for public comment, Lauren?
This is Lauren. There were no public comments received.
Okay. This is Karen, and we're going to move into the treasurer's report. Mr. Targus.
Yeah, so I'm not sharing the screen. I can share the screen, but all it is notes unless you need me to share the screen. Again, this is Rob Targos. So the year 2020 total Part B amount was 467,600, an increase of $37,769. The Silk has received $460,608 for the fiscal year of 2021. The level funding is expected to, as of last year, there was a small award that will not be received until the summer. And please note the carrier amount as well as the unabridged amount in line 23 went down to 56,674. However, due to being virtual, again, the conference expenditures only at a 5% amount is being awarded to the VASO for consumer directed relief, and it is planned to be $63,600. As long as the meetings stay virtual, there will continue to be less expenditures for council operations. The expenses are incurred for virtual meetings include the ASL interpreters, real-time caption and real-time captions. The second quarter of Part B funding grant payments to centers and VASO have been paid. We still do not know if the April conference will be in person or virtual. The council may want to consider allowing SIL directors to attend the nickel conference using a portion of the conference funds for those events that are virtual. The council continues to be in a good position for meeting costs if meetings can be held in person during 2021. And that's it as far as the report. Are there any questions?
This is Karen. Just one clarification. I like the way you think, Rob. It was $3,769 instead of $37,000, although $37,000, we would take it if we got it.
Yeah, I apologize if I spoke that way. My apology. Thank you for the, but it is $3,769. $3,769.
This is Karen. Does want to welcome Eric. Hi, Eric. Does anybody have any?
Sorry, I'm late.
It's okay. This is Karen again. Does anybody have any questions for Rob? So this is Karen. Lauren, do we want to have a recommendation from the executive committee to the council that we suggest allowing some of the SIL directors to attend the nickel conference, or that's what I was thinking.
This is Lauren. The executive committee actually needs to decide two things about nickel. Number one is, I think that it would be good if you all discussed how many people you would like from the council to attend, and then how many, do you feel that you have enough to open it up to the entire network of SIL directors if you'd like to pay for those registrations? Is there a cap on the number of people? So that those are things that you all need to decide today, because the registration will open before your next meeting.
This is Karen. I know that Rob reported that we're not sure if April is going to be virtual or not. I actually contacted Alyssa, and she was in the process of negotiating with the hotel to see if their face-to-face could be postponed until next year. So I'm about 99.9% sure that April's conference will also be virtual. Lauren, what kind of costs did we incur for allowing individuals to attend nickel virtually last year?
So last year, nickel was a flat registration fee. I believe that it was $150. And you were able to pay for 8 members to participate. Those, you paid for all of the members that wanted to attend. They were able to attend. And that was 8.
This is Ken. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
How much does it cost to attend the April conference?
This is Lauren. If that conference is virtual, if I remember correctly, I believe that the registration was $275. I would count on that one being $300 per person for virtual attendance.
So this is Ken. Why don't we try to send 3 or 4 to April, because that's a good conference. I went through $200 worth of candy at that conference. And let's see how many can go to Nickel. Nickel's also a good conference.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's less expensive. We could send more people there. So oh, go ahead.
Sorry, this is Lauren. I don't want to glaze over the VASIL award that you all voted on and approved at the last meeting being $63,600, which was exactly what your unbudgeted line was at the last meeting. You have since received an award amount that has changed that unbudgeted line item, line 23. So your unbudgeted is $56,674. The reason why in the treasurer's notes, it states that the consumer directed relief is still planned to be $63,600 is taking into consideration that your overall budget expenditures are still so low that you can pull from other areas. One of the other areas, in case you have a meeting, let's say in person in October for if that happens, I have no idea, you would still be in good shape. So I just want you to be conscientious of the $25,021.50 that's still, I'm sorry, not that, it's $16,266 in the conference area. You need to be able to pull the difference from a line item. So you don't want to exceed, you don't want to go too far over. So this is a careful calculation, but I don't think that you can come anywhere near that maximum threshold. I just want you to be aware of it. I don't think that even if you sent the whole council to Nickel, you would still have money for April.
This is Ken. That's what I was trying to get at. I think if we want to pay for SIL directors and we want to send 8 people to Nickel, that's still less than, it's not that much.
Right.
But I think getting to know and understand April is important. And so I think we ought to send some people to that. And since there's no hotel, there's no food, there's no transportation, now's the time to do it.
This is Lauren again. Last year, you were able, 2 people wanted to attend and you sent those 2 people, and you also opened that up to SIL directors and staff on behalf of SIL directors to attend, and we reimbursed 1. So that's why I say, I don't think that you will come anywhere near maxing out this area, but that is where I will be pulling probably the extra funds to account for the direct relief payment to VASIL.
This is Karen. So just so we're clear, right now the unbudgeted amount is showing $56,674. we are awarding the SIL 63,600. So we're probably about $7,000 shy of what we need. We have the 16,266 in the conference category. So if we take 7,000 from that, that leaves us with about 9,000.
Yeah,
So,
Still good.
so
exactly.
I'm not sure that we would want to budget the whole 9,000, but we could certainly send, you know, several individuals. Lauren, did you have a recommendation?
I will leave that to you all because I think that you do understand exactly how the budget is flowing. You see exactly how much you have, and if you work with no more than 9,000, you will still be in a very safe position.
This is Ken. You know, we could send 5 people to Nickel for under $1,000, and we could still send 2 or 3 people to April for, you know, under $1,000. So for less than $2,000, we could still take care of, you know, 8 people.
But I think that one of the things, this is Rob Targos. I think that one of the things that I would be concerned about is just the intent, or just getting a, we can make the offer to different sales directors, but make sure that their intent, or get a letter of intent from the directors and also the SIL participants that want to, or the April participants that want to, just to know that they're going to attend, so that we have that information that we can rely on.
Rob, this is Lauren. Just really quick, I want to let you know that if you open it up to SIL directors, it's on a reimbursement basis.
Okay.
So it's paid up front and then I reimburse.
Okay.
So this is Karen. So Ken, are you putting forth a motion that the Silk send up to 9 individuals to the Nickel conference and up to 3 individuals to April?
This is Ken. No, I didn't say 9.
I'm sorry.
I'm thinking if it's $150 per registration, if we send 5, that's $750. That's not that bad. And then 3 or 4 to April could be, what was it? $300 per person.
Mhm.
Send 3, that's $900. So I recommend we send 5, up to 5 people to Nickel and up to 3 people to April. That would be what I would do. And that would keep everything under $2,000 and still give us money to have if we need it later for October, face to face.
That's your motion.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any more discussion?
This is Lauren. I just want to make sure that everybody knows your conference lines are separate from your meeting lines. And you currently have $25,021.50 in your meeting line. So you could open it to the whole council for both Nickel and April and be comfortable. It's just a matter of you deciding those hard numbers and still director participation.
This is Ken. I'd still stay with what I suggested: 5 for Nickel, 3 for April. That way, in case something happens down the road, we'd be prepared.
Any more discussion? All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in, oh, I'm sorry, Lauren, you have to do a roll call vote. I'm sorry.
I'm going to do a roll call vote now. Karen Carney.
Yes.
Rob Targos.
Yes.
Ken Jessup.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
It's only 3.
All right, this is Karen. Moving on in the agenda, we are on number 5, and that is the Silk PPR, which used to be the old 704 submission update. I believe that the Silk is in the same position as the federally funded SILs, in that we were told to complete the same document that we completed last year and then wait until we get word as to how to provide that information to ACL. So is that where the Silk is to, Lauren?
This is Lauren. That is indeed where we are at, but since the last meeting, your PPR has been signed by both your former chair, Sean Utt, and Commissioner Kathy Hayfield. So it is all wrapped up and ready to go whenever they ask for it.
This is Karen. Any discussion, comments, concerns? This is Karen. The next thing on the agenda is the Nickel Conference. So Lauren, do we need to have any additional conversation about the Nickel Conference?
This is Lauren. I don't believe so, but from the motion earlier, it is, I am under the impression that we are not at this time opening it up to SIL directors, correct?
This is Karen. Ken, was your recommendation for the up to 5 would be council members only, correct?
That's correct. I mean, how many SIL directors that went last year that we paid for or reimbursed?
We did not reimburse any
Good.
for Nickel. We reimbursed 1 for April.
This is Karen. Did we use any Silk money to send SIL directors to Nickel?
Yeah.
In other words, we didn't do a registration for them.
No,
Okay.
not for Nickel. I believe because last year, the timing of it was not, you didn't have as much lead time. Your meeting schedule was a little bit disrupted, and you didn't have as much lead time to think about that. So that's why I wanted to put it on your radar well in advance.
Okay. So this is Karen, any other discussions about the Nickel Conference? Okay, moving on in the agenda, input on July meeting presentation.
Okay, so this is Lauren, and you're in a new state plan, okay, and so you have new activities. And one of the things that you all decided to focus on was member knowledge. And on the screen that I'm sharing that you should be able to look at, you can see I've made some strike throughs. These are items that you have already completed. So in looking at the other items, I was wondering what you all would like to see as far as the member knowledge portion for your next meeting. Today, it's your legislative update, your wrap up from Maureen. And I just wanted to make sure that you all get time to think about what you would really like to see at the July meeting. I did want to bring up that you have 3 new members, one very familiar with Centers for Independent Living, and 2 that probably, but I think that could really benefit in the interim while we're virtual of maybe an overview of how SILs operate, what kinds of things you see, and how these how these services actually take place. I think it's probably one of the more abstract ideas for people not familiar with IL or with SILs, and it may be a good opportunity, but it's up to you all, and I want you to have time to discuss it.
So this is Karen. I think, Lauren, if I remember correctly, in the past couple of years, you and an executive director of one of the SILs has provided a presentation or a webinar on what it is that you just talked about, correct?
We haven't done one in quite a while. We usually tend to rely, you guys rely on the in-person meetings at centers to really complete that. But because we don't know when we're going to be back together and at a SIL together, it may be something that we could provide virtually ahead of time, so that maybe when we're back together and we're at a SIL, that meeting is that much more informative because they've already been primed and prepped for that information.
This is Karen. I think it's a wonderful idea, so that the new members at the next meeting have a better understanding of the network and everything, the services that we provide. And I'd be more than willing to work with you to do something virtually if that's what the council wants to do.
Yes, this is Eric speaking. I would like to make a suggestion. Maybe you could ask the new members to visit the locals independent living centers, the SILs.
This is Karen. That's also a very good idea, Eric, and I think that would be very helpful, and we can certainly make that recommendation.
This is Robin. I love that idea of doing the virtual webinars for the reasons that were stated regarding priming people and getting people ready for the knowledge that they don't have. And my question is whether or not the gaps in knowledge have already been identified, or do the gaps actually still need to be identified as far as what webinars or what information is missing?
This is Karen. So I think what we're suggesting, Rob, is maybe just an overview of the whole SIL network. I don't know that we've identified any gaps at this point, but if individuals are not familiar with the SIL network, certainly understanding how all of that works, I think would be beneficial to new members and maybe even some of the more senior members that we have on the council.
This is Judy Jackson, and I, for one, would really, really benefit from an overview or learning about silk for dummies, me being the main one probably, but it would really help.
This is Karen. Any further discussion?
This is Eric speaking. Another practice that we do at VDDHH on our advisory board is when we have a new member join us, we give them some materials just to give some exposure. We give them some brochures and such that they can read on their own to help improve their knowledge of us. So that's a practice that we like to do.
This is Lauren, and your members have received full orientation and a complete overview history of the IL movement and the network in Virginia, as well as all of the laws governing. So they've had a really good prep, but it's still, I think, moving from that to understanding what it can mean on a personal level. I think that is where we might be missing, and that's something that if the council would like, I can work with Karen and maybe even another SIL director to formulate something that could really bring it home.
This is Ken. Earlier, a couple of years ago, we had like a mentor program. I thought it was funny. I was teamed up with Ed Turner, who probably has forgotten more than the rest of us know. But if possible, if we have members of the council that live near the new members, maybe they could team up.
This is Lauren. I have been in communication with the new members about mentors. We haven't assigned them, and I'm going to be very honest. The virtual nature of everything has overwhelmed the onboarding process a little bit. New members coming in are having to adjust and adapt in ways that they maybe haven't necessarily done before. And so I've been very measured in how fast I move them into a relationship with another council member and making sure that they have some say in who they get paired with. And so I'm trying to connect them with the person that they'll probably thrive best with. It's a difficult process. The mentoring process is one that I didn't anticipate being as difficult as it is in practice virtually, and establishing those new relationships. It was really easy when I had you all in a room and I could just, introduce you, and maybe you could sit near each other and have that kind of sidebar conversation, but we don't have that right now.
This is Marcia, Lauren. I like the idea of you working with Karen and maybe another SIL director, kind of brainstorming a little bit about ways to, as you said, bring it home. I know that the orientation is thorough, but as Judy says, it's a lot of information. And once you jump into these meetings, I think having kind of that final step of, a way for outside of these meetings for, someone to help connect the dots in a more meaningful way is important. So I think, going ahead and doing that, coming up with some ways to figure out how to do that, not only in a virtual environment, but kind of I guess I'll call it a virtual transitioning environment, as we expect probably this next 6 months to a year to be, could be really valuable. So I like that suggestion.
This is Rob, and I like that suggestion as well. And I think coming from an IT or information technology background, and one of the things to remember, especially in a virtual environment, I think some of the issues are not only the problems on the facilitator side, but also the recipient side for what each side understands. And I think really looking at some of those from each side and then combined would be interesting. I'd be happy to assist with being involved, especially with the mentorship and trying to figure out some of that, those information, especially with some technology issues.
This is Karen. So it looks like, Lauren, we're a go for a presentation about the SIL network. Are we planning to do that then at the July meeting?
This is Lauren. Yes, that would be my hope. And maybe we can make it a little bit interactive, a little bit of role play. But I'm happy to, I think that you and I can work out most of the details to make it a learning experience, which I think is what I think it would be great before we actually go to the SIL, which we will eventually. I think it would be great to already have some of those thoughts being processed. And
oh, this is Karen. All right, so Lauren, you and I will get together and we'll figure out how to proceed, and we'll plan something virtual for the July meeting. Moving on in the agenda, the next thing we have is the administrator's report for the second quarter. So Lauren.
It's been a busy but fruitful quarter. So as usual, and I've gotten to learn a lot more about procurement, which I'm always appreciative of, and getting the direct consumer relief worked out with the help of VASIL. So that was really good that we all got to work together and find terms that were agreeable to everyone. So that is, I actually have that signed modification to the VASIL contract. And so I will be ready to, I'm getting the voucher ready to be processed, so that money will be coming out soon. That has been probably one of the largest projects that I've been working on, but I've also been providing support to other councils when needed, and also working to make sure that meetings are accessible as possible. So that's a passion of mine, and I try to share that everywhere that I go. So that's one of the other, that's a long-term project, and DARS is doing a great job. So it's really been a pleasure to assist other people.
This is Karen. Does anybody have any questions about the administrator's report? I certainly see where the last 3 months were quite busy for you, Lauren. So I appreciate your efforts on behalf of the SILC and people with disabilities. So anybody have any questions about the report? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to information for the quarterly progress report. This is where we identify achievements and barriers, if any. So certainly I think an achievement would be that the 704 PPR is completed and signed and ready to sit and wait for ACL to tell us where we need to input the data. That would definitely be an achievement. Any other achievements that anybody can think of? Lauren, I guess, again, the additional funds for the SILs that you've been working on, that would probably be an achievement to identify.
Yeah, this is Lauren. I think that that's a huge achievement, and congratulations to you all for making that possible in what I think we can agree has been not a great year. That is a considerable silver lining to consumers. So really good work.
This is Karen. You also mentioned that we had completed some of the items that were on that list that was up previously. So that training, I think, is another achievement that we can put into the report. And I guess a barrier would continue to be the pandemic and not being able to meet in person and not being able to meet at SILs.
This is Rob. I have a question since Karen, you mentioned the pandemic. Is there any particular update on the CARES Act and the movement or progress since the last meeting?
Well, this is Karen. Since the last meeting, SILs have continued to utilize those CARES Act funds to assist consumers that might have a COVID impact. We've had some real interesting situations here in Roanoke, and I'll give you a quick example. There was a gentleman, 70 years old, with a disability, who's been living in his apartment complex for 7 years. The complex was sold and was moving to a new management company. And he was advised that his rent was going up by $200 a month. So unfortunately, with the pandemic, it has also, there are no rental units. If people are in rental units, they're staying in the units. There are no units becoming available. And what we did with the CARES Act funds, we paid for 3 months of his rent, which meant that he could use those 3 months of rent over the next 9 months to keep him housed so that he's not out on the street and homeless. And hopefully within this next year, there may be something that becomes available that would be affordable for him. But we've actually run into a couple of those types of situations. So I think each SIL is finding folks that definitely could utilize the CARES Act funding due to having been impacted by COVID. So does that help, Rob?
It does. This is Rob. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, and I appreciate the information. The other question that I have is regarding the sharing of funding or information with the satellite, and whether or not those have been, there's been any update there between the actual SILs and the satellite offices. So no, based on notes from the last meeting, there was some sharing and updates that were happening between the actual SIL offices and the satellite offices.
So this is Karen, and Rob, I'm confused. There was the one issue of the federally funded SILs getting the CARES Act funds and then trying to determine how to share that with the state funded SILs. And then we also had the issue of the satellite office that's connected with the Disability Resource Center in Fredericksburg. So I'm confused about which topic you would like more information about.
Thank you for because I apologize for the confusion. This is Rob again. The first, I'd like more information on the first regarding the federally funded and the state funded.
This is Karen. So we did finally figure out how to do that.
Okay.
And the federally funded SILs have memorandums of understanding with the state-funded sills. For instance, we have a MOU with the Junction Center in Norton, and we also have an MOU with the Disability Rights and Resource Center in Rocky Mount, so that those two sills have access to CARES Act funding that was awarded to Brilk. And the majority of federally funded sills entered into MOUs with state-funded sills. The only federally funded sill that didn't, of course, was ECNV. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. This is Rob. Thank you for the update and more information.
So this is Karen. So Lauren, would the, and I don't know whether this would be appropriate or not, but would the sharing of the CARES Act funds with the state-funded sills be something that could be identified as an achievement in the Silk plan?
This is Lauren. Absolutely.
Okay, thought it might be.
And this is Lauren again. I think that you all are one of the few states that were able to broker that agreement with ACL regarding that funding. So that's actually a huge success.
This is Karen, and it certainly took a lot of time and effort to get there, but we were really fortunate and glad that we were able to do that. So people with disabilities around the state could benefit from that funding.
This is Marcia. I echo the sentiment that I would call that a huge success and achievement.
This is Rob. I just wanted to ask for, so the brokered agreements is specifically regarding the MOUs. Is that correct?
This is Karen. So Rob, we had to work long and hard with the administration on community living to try to figure out how we could share these funds. And it took a lot of time and effort and back and forth. And
okay.
And so that was what, when we were talking about brokering an agreement, it was between the 6 federally funded sills and the administration on community living. The MOUs with the sills, no problem. They were fine. Once we got the okay from ACL, we were good to go.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. This is Karen. So any further achievements or barriers, Lauren, is there anything that you can think of that we haven't thought about?
This is Lauren. I think that a barrier, very appropriate right now to report would be access to broadband and internet. So we see lots of work around that, and hopefully that work will turn into actual infrastructure for these services down the road. But I know that it's still difficult for many people, and disproportionately so in rural areas.
This is Karen. So one of the things that we did with CARES Act funds here is we actually put a wireless hub in the back of our building so that our consumers can drive into our parking lot and access high-speed internet. Just trying to bridge the digital divide. And living in one of the rural areas, I can tell you that I am anxiously awaiting high-speed internet in Franklin County. So yeah, the pandemic has really opened people's eyes to what a problem that is.
This is Ken. I've got an issue still, and it's the same one we've had over and over again, and that's accessibility with state websites. This past January, when we had to fill out the forms for the Secretary of the Commonwealth, It got so bad that we actually had to have the Department for the Blind and Vision Impaired staff do it because you just couldn't do it.
This is Karen. Yeah, Ken, that continues to be a concern that I have too, especially with the Virginia Department of Health. And I don't know, Lauren, do you know if we have a new Secretary for Information Technology, or whether it's the same? It can't possibly be the same person we tried to work with years ago.
This is Lauren, and that the cabinet position I believe that you are referring to was actually taken out of the structure. It was formed and then it was not, it did not exist anymore. So that I think that that's what you're speaking of when we were in our last spill, and very early on in my time with you all, trying to find out who exactly is overseeing this. And there was last year, there was an executive order that had language in it that VITA was to look at the accessibility of all of the state websites.
This is Karen. Do you think it's possible for us to get a report from VITA about what they've determined regarding accessibility of state websites?
This is Lauren. I'm happy to dive into that and see what has happened. The language did not have any time limit, if I recall. So we were all curious to see how that would actually play out. And unfortunately, through the pandemic, there have been accessibility issues. Like you were saying, VDH was one that received quite a bit of coverage. And this was actually across the country, a lot of the vaccine registries just not being accessible.
This is Ken. Perhaps maybe something legislatively could be accomplished if we get Maureen and Basil and other disability groups to get a possible bill through the General Assembly.
This is Karen. That's certainly a possibility, Ken. I'm not sure what the executive order said, so I guess we would have to probably take a look at that and then see where we need to go. But definitely, it's frustrating to me that there are still state agency websites that are not accessible 31 years after the passing of the ADA and 36 years after passing, I think, the Virginians with Disabilities Act. So perhaps we can look at the executive order and see what that said and try to get some information from VITA and then see where we go.
This is Lauren. How about at the next meeting, I can do it in the executive committee meeting or the full council meeting, whatever you all prefer. I can bring that information directly back, the executive order, as well as anything that I can find as far as movement.
This is Karen. That would be great.
Yeah.
And this is Rob. As far as the movement that Lauren just mentioned and the information that Karen just mentioned, can we also have information regarding changes, especially with the move to virtual and different either barriers that VITA or other organizations have either had or there any update, because there's more, because everybody's impacted, and it's not particularly a disability issue but an accessibility issue. Can we just have an update on increased funding and increased efforts after the pandemic and everybody working virtually? Or is that somewhat confusing?
This is Lauren. I don't find it as confusing as that is a very large issue with a lot of different components. So if you're focused, if you want focused information on the state websites, that's something that I can feasibly do between now and the next meeting, as far as researching and bringing back what I can find to you. I don't know that I can branch much further out. I try to put information in the newsletter on FCC decisions, the larger issues that I think really address what you are asking, Rob. And this is just a side note. If you are really, some of the best work that I see being done on broadband and in increasing the access to it is actually coming out of the USDA and their work, because connecting farmers is going to be beneficial for everyone.
Mm-hmm. This is Rob, did not know that, and I appreciate that. I see the point. So
this is Karen. So every time I see anything coming from the USDA or FCC about funding for broadband, I am sending that to the Franklin County Board of Supervisors and the county administrator to try to encourage them to look at broadband in the rural community that I live in. And the FCC is actually having a webinar this afternoon at 3 o'clock, Rob, on the FCC's new funding, where they're encouraging, well, what they're going to be doing is, I believe, reimbursing people who are low income for a certain amount each month, and possibly even helping them to get a device. The problem with that, though, is even though they're offering to pay for it, if it's not available, that doesn't make any sense. So again, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, there's a webinar, an FCC broadband webinar. So yes, I think that's probably another barrier, Lauren. Anyone, this is Karen, anyone else have any achievements or barriers? Lauren, would an achievement, well, I guess it would have to wait. We're just looking, are we looking at the quarter January through March, correct? Or not? Okay.
But if you see something coming, you know, I can still at least put it off in my notes at the side to include later, so.
Well, this is Karen, and what I was going to mention would be the council sending up to 5 individuals to Nickel and up to 3 individuals to April. So I'm sure you've probably got that.
You know, not to beat a dead horse, but I do have another issue, and that's touchscreens. When you go to places like Wawa or Sheetz, and you want to get a sandwich, they have touchscreens. If you want to buy lottery tickets, there's touchscreens. And even the doctor that I go to now, you have to be able to touch the screen to give them the information. And And I have found that some places are willing to be assistant, but other places, they don't realize that they're supposed to help. And that's an issue that's a daily issue if you are out and about. It seems like touchscreens are everywhere.
This is Karen. So I'm giggling, Ken, because we just determined in the last few months that Roanoke, the city of Roanoke, was embarked on a wayfinding project. And we discovered as a part of their wayfinding project that they had purchased kiosks.
Oh,
so we wanted to ensure that the kiosks were accessible. And unfortunately, what we determined is that the kiosks had already been ordered and the kiosks were not accessible. So we've been doing an awful lot of research on accessible kiosks. And you are correct. This is a big problem for a lot of individuals.
Karen?
Yes, Judy?
Yeah, this is Judy Jackson. Another issue that I just happened to run into this week, and I don't know what they're called in Virginia, but you know how here in the state you have to pay tax on personal property. So like I own a car. So every year I have to pay personal property tax. So the last couple of years I've been able to just pay it online, and that's been the deal. So, and that's been fine. But this year, they sent me a form that I had a reader read for me, and I guess the reader misunderstood it because apparently it was just a form that had to be signed and sent back, but they led me to believe that I had to pay something, but there wasn't a way to pay it online, so they had some phone numbers. So I called and I went through this round and round and round thing about what do I pay, and they're like, well, no, you just have to sign the form and send it back. Well, I don't always have somebody available, and so the question that they had was, don't you have a family member, don't you have somebody, somehow if you have a disability you're not supposed to be able to live alone. Somehow there must be some law that none of us got the memo on, that you shouldn't ever live alone. You should always have somebody with you. And so I said, you guys have to come up with a reasonable accommodation. And so I worked for about 30 minutes. I said, I can give you the VIN number to my car. I can give you whatever you need to put in your system so that you know that I've called. And so finally she says, well, I guess we can do that. And I said, is your commissioner available to speak to? And she goes, well, they're very busy and whatever, and we'll take care of it. And I said, well, I just don't want to run into this problem every year. So somehow these county offices that need stuff done, they've got to have a way to do this, because you couldn't do anything with this form online. I couldn't say, yes, I've received the form and here's the information. I had to literally have somebody here to show me where to sign the form. And, that's just not acceptable when they're the ones that are requiring the form.
This is Karen. So Judy, that was that was a county issue rather than a state issue. Okay.
Yes, that would be a county issue.
Okay. Well, that definitely, you would have thought with everything going virtual, that they would have figured out some way, for that to happen, but it doesn't always work out for everybody. So
I got it done. She did, put my VIN number in and said that I had called, but 30 minutes earlier, we could have done that and we could have been done, but it just took my insistence that you've got to come up with a way. And the questions just kept coming. Why don't you have anybody living with you? How can you be blind and live by yourself? And how can you this? And I said, that's not an issue here. What we're trying to do is get this form filled out,
Judy, this is Karen. You were very nice to say that's not the issue, instead of saying something to the effect of that's none of your business. But anyway,
well,
all right. So still lots of accessibility issues for individuals with disabilities. And unfortunately, there are people in the world who think, well, the ADA was passed 30 years ago, so everything's accessible. Wrong. This is Karen. Do we have any more information for the quarterly progress report?
So this is Rob. I just have a question for you, Karen, and regarding turning the hub in at your center into an internet hub, and whether or not that that can. I know you mentioned that as a barrier or as an achievement, but is there information, or was it just a one-off that in this particular situation you were able to do that, where it wasn't or is not possible to do it at other independent living centers?
This is Karen. So Rob, the wireless hub will remain available, and we put information on Facebook and in our newsletter, to let people know that this is available for them. So, I mean, we continue to, we're going to continue that until I guess we're no longer here. But we felt like that was something that would be good use of some of the CARES Act money and provide high-speed internet for individuals with disabilities.
But more, I guess, to clarify, are there ways that the other independent living centers can do this, can do similar things, or was this just a one-off?
This is Karen. So okay, I get it. I don't know what the other CILs have done with their CARES Act money, but I do know when VASIL comes together, once a month, and we have our calls, we share information about, what we've done. And I'm pretty sure that I let the other CILs know that we did that. And I don't really have any way to know whether any of the other CILs did, or whether there was even, a need or a way that they can do that because of their building or their parking lot or, wherever they're located.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Karen, this is Lauren.
I appreciate the clarification.
Yes, Lauren.
Did you want to talk, because we're going to run probably a little tight on time during the full meeting, did you want to talk to the executive committee about the VASIL request for a letter of support and the draft that was attached to an email I sent yesterday to all council members?
So this is Karen. Thank you for that, Lauren. The Virginia Association of Centers for Independent Living is applying for a Virginia Board for People with Disabilities grant. And what we're going to be doing, and I seem to have this letter, for some reason, I printed it off and thought I had it, and I haven't been anywhere. I just found it. It's basically asking the SILC to write a letter of support. The proposal is called Americans with Disabilities Act Refresh. And we have 3 goals. The goals include to increase the number of people with disabilities who have a basic understanding of the ADA, to update the 1992 Project Act ADA training material, and 3, to highlight 7 to 10 topics that have been addressed through ADA advocacy and changes since 1990 and incorporate those into a training. We're going to build on the Train the Training project and the materials that were developed years ago. We're going to expand ADA awareness in the community and provide information about how people with disabilities can be instrumental in advocating for ADA compliance. And we plan to also include some interactive discussions to encourage people to develop their advocacy skills. So we would like to ask the Silk to provide us with this letter of support for our grant application. So does anybody have any questions? This is Karen. So Lauren, we would like to have a recommendation, if not a motion, from the executive committee stating that the Silk should provide VASIL with the support letter.
This is Lauren. I think that certainly if the executive committee agrees, you all are in a position to give the recommendation to the full council that the draft letter be accepted and submitted on behalf of the council.
This is Ken. Do you need a roll call?
Not for the recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
So this is Karen, just to clarify, we need a roll call vote for a recommendation, even though we're not doing a motion.
No, you need a roll call vote when this hits the full council.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was confused. This is Karen.
You all need to be in consensus on the recommendation.
So this is Karen. Does anybody feel that we shouldn't ask the council to provide this letter of support? This is Karen, so I'm assuming that is a consensus to recommend to the full council that the letter be accepted and submitted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're excited about this. It's been a lot of years since, well, 1992. Gosh, that's almost 30 years, right? Yeah, next year it'll be 30 years. So there's probably just a little bit of updating that needs to happen. This is Karen. Does anybody have anything else for the executive committee?
If we adjourn.
All right. Well, hearing none, I am going to recommend that we adjourn until the full council meeting, which will start at 11, and Lauren asks that we come back at around 10:55. Lauren, I'm assuming that everybody should disconnect and reconnect.
This is Lauren. You don't have to disconnect if you'd like to just mute and disable your camera. You're welcome to do that. You're also welcome to disconnect and reconnect. We will accommodate whatever you would like to do. And those of you that are going to vaccination appointments, I'm wishing you all the best.
All right, we'll see everybody at 10:55. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
And Lauren, just for a point of record, it's 10:16, so that's going to be the adjournment time.
Thank you.
I don't know. What does that do? Oh, brother.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Lauren, this is
Yes.
Ivy. Hey, are we still co-host? I was just trying to pin myself and I can't. I don't see the pin anymore.
You are spotlighted.
Spotlight, okay.
You should be able to pin other people though.
I was trying to pin Eric. But my IT person, Liz, is not here. She'll be back.
Okay, let me check to make sure that you.
Lauren, this is Chris. I think last time we did make them co-hosts so they could pin.
Right, because all I can
In
do
addition
with
to
Eric
spotlighting.
chat.
I thought that we made them co-host already. I'm gonna do it now.
Okay.
So
They went out and came back in.
oh, that's what happened. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chris. You are co-host now, and you should be able to pin and do everything you need to.
So we have both Eric and I don't know who to pin.
Gary.
Okay.
Mhm.
I got Eric up here. Come. You want me to do it? Yeah. If you don't mind. Because she just made us co-host.
Lauren,
Yes.
before we get started, do you know if the Independence Center in Winchester moved recently?
No.
Mm-hmm. Faye's been up there for a funeral, and she said that she saw the Independence Center across the street from the funeral home and thought that it was on another street. But you know, Faye and I both, we both have dementia, so it could be anything.
Oh, Ken, this is Karen. As far as I know, we have not gotten any change of addresses for the for Access Independence in Winchester.
Good. But seriously, Faye is starting to show early signs, and it has me very concerned. So that's one reason why I've kind of pulled back on doing a lot of things.
I'm so sorry, Ken.
Well, it's interesting. When we were dating 33 years ago, she was crazy. And the things that attract you to somebody are the very things that scare you later. And and it sort of worries me a little bit. She laughs everything off, but at the same time, it worries me. I won't let her go anywhere without me, but she had this funeral to run up to, and I had to stay here.
But Ken, this is Judy. But Ken, if she had married you back when y'all were dating, then she might have been sane. If she had to marry you, she had to be crazy to marry you. If not, she'd have been sane.
Exactly.
So you would have missed out.
Oh yeah. I tell everybody that, my first wife made me lose my hair. My second one made it turn white.
So this is Karen, and I just want to remind everybody that we are live on YouTube. Just take that into consideration, please.
I can't find it.
So Karen, this is Judy. So you don't want Ken to show his white hair?
This is Karen. I'm just letting Ken know that whatever he shows will be on YouTube.
Oh my God.
So anyway, I have got 11:01 course, again, it's never always the same time all over the Commonwealth, depending
Where
on
is everyone?
what you're looking at. Lauren, do we have a quorum yet?
I'm checking that right now.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
You need 7 voting members to have a quorum, and you have 7 voting members now.
Huh.
Well, since it's a little bit after 11, we'll go ahead and get started. I want to welcome everybody to the Silk business meeting. And I don't know what it's like where you are, but we are having cloudy skies, but no rain, and the promise of sun later on this afternoon, thank goodness. We're going to go ahead and ask Lauren to do a roll call. And since we have some new members with us, when she does the roll call, if you would just introduce yourself and say a little bit, Ken, about yourself, that would be great. So Lauren.
Okay, this is going to be in alphabetical order, so just want to give you a heads up. You guys know where your names fall. We have Daniel Aranda.
Hi, everyone. Daniel Aranda. I'm a long-time diversity inclusion professional living in Alexandria, Virginia.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Next, we have Arthretta Holmes Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Arthretta Holmes Martin. I reside in Prince William County, and I am an activist in the areas of disability and I was going to say affirmative action, but disability and civil justice for minorities.
Welcome.
Ken Jessup.
Hi, I'm Ken Jessup from Virginia Beach. I'm a retired lobbyist, although I did get a bill passed this year. And I'm going to have to leave at noon because my second shot is due today.
All right, and Karen Carney.
I'm Karen Carney, Executive Director of the Blue Ridge Independent Living Center, and I am currently serving as chair.
All right. Visantha Raymond.
Hi, I am Vasantha Raymond, and I live in Annandale, Virginia, which is Northern Virginia. I do have an adult son, 30-year-old, with IDDD in independent living situation with a living aid, which currently was kind of held back the last 7 months. No living aid, so he has been with me. It's good and not so good. I kind of communicate with Independent Center of Northern Virginia and also ARC of Northern Virginia. So happy to be here.
Vasantha, could I ask you to turn your volume up? You're coming through very quietly.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Lauren.
All right, next, Gary Talley.
I'm not really new. I've been here before.
This is Karen. Gary, if you could just introduce yourself then for those who may not have known you before.
But I'm retired. Next to the one I had, of course.
Gary seems to be cutting out in and out.
A lot.
Is he still with us?
Yes.
Yeah, Gary, this is Karen, and you are cutting in and out a lot, so we're not quite sure what all you may have said. I did hear you say that you are retired.
Yes. Yes, I'm retired.
All right, thank you, Lauren.
Right, next we have Rob Targos.
I'm a digital operations professional and with cerebral palsy, and I'm currently serving as treasurer.
Next, we have Ed Turner.
Good morning. I am Anthony from Virginia Beach. Happy to be here.
Lauren, do we have anybody else?
I am checking to make sure now.
Oh.
We have Jerry O'Neill.
This is Karen. Jerry, we're just going around and introducing ourselves. We have some new members of the council. And you're muted.
That's appropriate.
I think I heard that. Hi, this is Jerry O'Neill. I'm the Richmond SIL director, and I am in my office.
All
That
right.
Oliver. Okay.
We also have our ex officios. We have all three. Marcia Dubois.
So I should introduce myself. Okay.
Yes.
I'm Marcia Dubois. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department for Aging and Rehabilitative Services, or DARS, and I'm the ex officio representing DARS.
Thank you. We have Eric Raff.
Interpreter. Eric Raff speaking through a sign language interpreter. I'm the Department for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing in Virginia. You know, I feel a little bit crappy because I just got my shot yesterday, but it's important to stay safe, right? So need to get that shot.
Very, thank you, Eric. And Judy Jackson.
Hi, I'm Judy Jackson. I'm the Director for Instruction at the Department for the Blind and Vision Impaired. And I get my second shot tomorrow.
Excellent. And I'm Lauren Roche. I'm your administrator to the council. We also have some people on the Zoom that are providing support today. We have our wonderful ASL interpreters, Ivy Brothers, who you see on screen now, and Liz Leach. We also have real-time captioning being provided by iYellow. We have with us providing me support today, Chris Miller, who's the Director of Brain Injury Services. We also have DARS VTC video teleconferencing support. And I don't think I'm leaving anybody out. We also have people watching YouTube to make sure our stream isn't interrupted without us knowing. So thank you to my YouTube watchers, one of which is Kevin Kojal. He's the Director of Independent Living Services here at DARS.
This is Karen. Okay, I think we've got everybody, and so we're going to move on in the agenda. I hope everybody has had an opportunity to review the agenda, and are there any additions or revisions to the agenda? This is Karen. Hearing none, we'll move on to number 2, public comment. Lauren, did we have anybody who signed up to provide public comment?
You did not receive any comments from the public. Just so you know, those are open right up until close of business the day before the meeting. So I try to accommodate any last minute public comments, but you did not receive any.
This is Karen. Thank you, Lauren. Moving on in the agenda, you received the January 2021 meeting minutes. Were there any corrections or additions or deletions to the minutes from January 2021?
This is Daniel Aranda. I just have one slight request to revise. It has my name listed as David, and I'd just like that changed to Daniel, please.
Absolutely. I will make that change today.
Everything else will look perfect to me. Thank you.
Hearing no other changes, we will approve the minutes on consensus.
Karen, this is Lauren. Since there was a change, I need the council to accept the minutes with the amended name change, and then we'll do a roll call vote.
Oh, this is Karen. Okay, so we are moving forward with accepting the minutes with the change. And Lauren, go ahead and call for the vote.
Do I have a support of that motion before?
We needed to make it in the form of a motion.
Right, yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were just doing the, okay, so let me back up. And so do we have a motion to accept the minutes as changed?
This is Ken, I'll make the motion.
This is Rob, I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Perfect. We'll do a quick roll call vote. Daniel Aranda?
Yay.
Arthuretta Holmes Martin?
Yes.
Ken Jessup?
Yes.
Karen Carney?
Yes.
Jerry O'Neill?
Yes.
Vasantha Raymond?
Yes, please.
Gary Talley?
I think he might be cutting in and out.
This is Karen. Gary's on mute. Gary, could you unmute yourself? This is Karen. I'm not sure, Lauren, what's happening with Gary, so maybe we can just move on there.
I think that's why Gary is muted. We're getting a lot of feedback when you're on mute. I'll move on to Rob Targos.
Yes.
Ed Turner.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is Karen. Moving on to number 5 in the agenda, we have Maureen Hollowell who has joined us, and Maureen is going to provide us with a 2021 legislative wrap-up report and overview. Maureen, welcome. Maureen.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon or good morning, everyone. We had another productive quarter. With Part B activities. For those of you that are new, these are the activities that the funds for your goal 2 or goal 1. Community activities related primarily to helping to get people out of institutional settings with the focus on nursing facilities and keeping people out of institutions, and youth transition. And the youth transition in the Part B activities go beyond what's in the federal definition of youth transition. We're also providing activities for outreach and training to youth who are still in school, high school youth who are still in school. And of course, that's outside of the fifth federal core service. Anyways, so the reports highlight some individual activities from the 17 centers. Some of the things that we worked on together, a significant amount of time each month was spent on activities in one way or another related to COVID, whether it was information providing to the groups of people that I just described, or actually doing some advocacy to try to resolve some of the issues. Slowly things are changing, not so much because our metrics are better with COVID necessarily, but you know, you're aware of how things are just rolling back out. And so we're trying to be responsive to that. One of the things that we spent time, I spent time providing training on was the Medicaid overtime payments that went into effect on January 1st for consumer-directed staff through the Medicaid waivers, the Medicaid Works program, and the children's services through early and periodic screening, diagnosis, and treatment, basically children's Medicaid. And those overtime overtime provisions were back in code now in the budget. They were removed a few years ago, but overtime is now allowed. So there was some education to be done about that. Some of that revolved around if the individual is hiring a consumer-directed staff person and they're a live-in staff person, they live with the person with the disability, then that staff person is not eligible for overtime. And so there was quite a few people who were disappointed that they weren't going to be earning overtime, but they also have provisions allowing them to work more than 40 hours if they're a live-in. So anyways, as things have moved forward with COVID, there have been multiple changes in the Medicaid program to the exceptions that have been allowed since last March. Some of the exceptions phased out in the end of last calendar year. Some phased out in January. Some will phase out May 1st. So it's been pretty complicated for people with disabilities to keep up with what's the rule today versus what's the rule that's going to be phased out at a later date. And so just trying to keep the communication about these changes flowing. We continued our meetings with the Department of Medical Assistance Services to address the ongoing issues of individuals who are choosing not to use services facilitation for their consumer-directed services. You know, that's been in place depending on which waiver program somebody's enrolled in. That's been in place for a number of years, but the Department of Medical Assistance Services had not developed usable policy or any outline of how you were to do this. And so people were basically going by the seat of their pants trying to get through this process. And so there is now, we've gotten to the point of having a draft, and the agencies, the state agencies are reviewing that for how someone would use consumer-directed services without facilitation. In regards to the transition side of things for students, we spent a lot of time providing training on the role of the special education advisory committees. These are required by state regs. They're not required by federal law. And unfortunately, of the 130 some school districts, a fair number of them do not have operational committees, and that puts them out of compliance with state regulations. And so we provide a lot of information to the centers, and they subsequently provide it to people with disabilities and families to try to get those committees to be more functional. And it's really been important in the last year that that the centers are involved with these committees. The committees have been responsible for reviewing policy changes before they're given to the local school boards. That's required by regs. And often the school administrators just bypass the committee altogether and send stuff to the Board of Education. And then subsequently there's problems with it, and the committee then finds themselves in an adversarial role, and just missing that step of giving the committee the opportunity to review and provide that feedback causes more problems for the administration than just providing it to them in the first place. But some of them are still on a pretty big learning curve about that process, and the SILs are certainly helping to educate them about that. And also in regards to education, as we talked about when we were together the last time this winter, the Joint Legislative Audit Review Commission, State Legislative Commission, JLARC, they put out a report on, a very comprehensive report on the deficiencies in the state and local school divisions in regards to implementing federal law for students with disabilities. And we met with the Department of Education twice to talk about some of the items that need to be prioritized. Obviously, you're not going to be able to address everything. There were quite a few recommendations, almost 30 of them in the report. And we met with them twice to help them prioritize. It appears that they're probably going to take some of the easier things to resolve first. That's almost kind of like just what happens. So we'll keep plugging away at some of the more difficult but important issues. We also collectively, an executive director joined me for this particular meeting. We had a meeting with the Secretary of Health and Human Resources Office regarding the vaccination process, and we followed up with email, and then we followed up with, had a couple of other phone conversations with them regarding the vaccination process. And obviously it's changed a lot just in the last month because there's so much availability of the vaccine that some of those earlier challenges have just been resolved because the vaccine's more readily available. So a couple of highlights from the individual centers. We're starting to see a very slow return to some face-to-face meetings. Some of the school divisions have moved back to face-to-face meetings. Some of the local governments, the coordinating teams for pre-admission screening, for example, for people who are going to be using some of the waiver services, some of them are starting to go back to face-to-face meetings. So slowly that's occurring, but the vast majority of stuff is still what you're doing here today, the Zoom or whatever format that they're using. The centers have continued with the youth independent living skills training. Some centers are much more involved in this than others, but at most centers, there's at least something that's occurring monthly in the way of independent living skills training. Other centers are doing it weekly or more often. The school age youth, you have to do that after school, and they've already been in school virtually, many of them all day. And so it's really important, and I think the SILs are hitting the mark and making these fun and creative, because the last thing some of the students want to do is get on another Zoom thing, at least with other adults. They probably are doing other things virtually, but not the things that are more structured. So I think there's really been a lot of good attempts to make these more socially interactive, to try to keep the students engaged in them as time has gone on. Our focus of all of the centers, and you see a few highlights from a couple of the centers specifically, but the focus for all 17 centers this quarter was to double down on the outreach to the social workers or discharge planners at acute care hospitals. These are the individuals when somebody is getting ready to leave the hospital. Basically, they're the ones to help them get everything together so they can go home, or if they need extensive support, to get that extensive support. And it has become much easier for them to just make that placement in a nursing facility. The screening process was changed by the General Assembly, and it just has become a lot easier to do placement from the hospital to a facility. And so one of our focuses is to really reinforce our relationships with those hospital discharge planners so that they know who to contact. They understand that we can put things in place pretty quickly if we know at least the day before they're being discharged. And so in some centers, this was all done virtually, and others it was a lot of mailing back and forth and phone calls with those acute care social workers, but it really did pay off. And again, you'll see a couple of references to this in individual SIL reports where those hospital screeners did reach out to the centers, and the centers got involved to help organize the community services, whether it was going to be personal care. Often it was durable medical equipment and home modifications that were needed, and the centers were able to step in and very rapidly get those services into place. And so, one of the most important things we can all do is to keep those front doors of those institutions closed so that we don't continue adding to the census of people who were institutionalized. We want to work to get people out, but as hard as we're working to get people out, we really need to keep that focus also on keeping the front door closed so that people aren't going in the first place, because it's so hard to get people out. And a lot of this has to be done in collaboration with the Medicaid managed care companies, because they're the ones that are holding the purse strings. They're the ones that have the paid healthcare coordinators. They have the resources. Ideally, they'd share those resources with the Centers for Independent Living that are doing all of this work. And maybe we'll get there someday. But for right now, the key is to make sure we have those strong relationships with the managed care companies so that they can see the good work that the centers are doing to help prevent those institutional placements after a hospital stay. And to that end, the Commonwealth Coordinated Care Plus Managed Care Program, referred to as CCC Plus Managed Care, that was established as just simply CCC, but anyways, in 2016. And about 96% of people with disabilities are now in a Medicaid managed care program. Then there's also Medicaid has two managed care programs, that CCC Plus that I just described that started in 2016, and then a very old managed care model called Medallion, and it's been around for many, many years. And most people with disabilities have been in the Medallion managed care program for that many years, 20 years. And these two very large managed care programs are going to be merged this year. Well, maybe the end of the year, early part of next year. But the Department of Medical Assistance Service is pretty far down the road with this. The General Assembly this year funded significant resources to complete that merger. It is going to be a big learning curve for people with disabilities. There's definitely going to be hiccups, as there was when we got started with managed care. But there's also some really good opportunities for housing and employment services that Centers for Independent Living can provide through this managed care model. And so, we're on our own learning curve, trying to make sure that those contracts have everything written correctly, that it's all person driven. But it is something that we really will be spending significant time on this year, but also I don't mean to say that it's adversarial, because it's going to happen. We're not stopping it. The key is we got to just make it work the best we can make it work for people with disabilities. Anyways, so that's some highlights of what some of the centers have been doing. They really have some great outcomes that focus this quarter on collaborating with and outreach to those acute care hospitals. So that's what I've got, Karen.
This is Karen. Like I said earlier, at the top of these screens, there should be a thing that says you are on mute, so that when you're called on to speak, you remember you're on mute. Appreciate that report, Maureen. I just skipped right over the Part B report and started talking about, wrapping up the legislation. So you were right in doing the report. And does anybody have any questions for Maureen about the activities that pertain to the report she just gave, the Part B report?
This is Rob Targos. I just wanted a point of clarification. There was a meeting with the Health and Human Resources or Health and Human Services regarding the vaccinations.
Rob, those meetings were with the Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Resources within the administration.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
This is Arthretta. I have a question with regard to your report. Is that report going to be available to us in writing?
This is Lauren. Arthretta, that report was sent out yesterday along with the lower PD9 report and a draft letter of support. So you'll have 3 documents in that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The report is due on the 10th of the month, and so I think by the time Lauren sends out the report, the information for the meeting on the 1st of the month, the seal reports aren't even due to the 5th. So it's really a crunch time when the meeting's at the beginning, earlier part of the month. But thank you, Lauren, for helping to circulate all that.
My pleasure. Just so you know, I have not gotten to send out the 2 documents, but I have them ready to screen share. So you just have to keep me on the right document.
So this is Karen. If nobody has any questions for Maureen about the Part B report, we'll move on to the 2021 legislative wrap-up report and overview.
Thanks, Karen. And Lauren, we'll start with whichever one you want to put up. It doesn't matter.
All right, I am going to pull up the VASIL bill tracking.
Okay. And that's the one I'm going to talk about first. VASIL has been involved in the federal and state, here we're talking about state legislative process forever. But of course, this year has been different, as was special session last year because of COVID and everything being done virtually. But I think most advocates figured out how to make it work. And for many people, it was a much better way of making it work because it was easy to participate in meetings. You didn't have to drive downtown at 8 in the morning to do anything. You just turned on your camera and put in there that you wanted to participate in the meeting and you were in. So I don't think it'll ever be as easy again as it was this year, but we took advantage of it and participated in a lot of things. What you have here is we do VASIL, Virginia Association of Centers for Independent Living, does a weekly tracking of legislation that VASIL is following. There are obviously many, many more bills that we don't follow, including bills that impact people with disabilities, but we try to focus on those that either are going to give us the best bang for our buck or the most controversial, either because, you know, we don't support them or because we support them and we know they're going to have a difficult time. So what you have here is our final tracking. During the session, we did, I think they were on Wednesdays, we do weekly webinars for the public to hear about the legislation we're working on and for them to share information about the legislation they're working on. So it's a good opportunity for disability advocates of disability to share information as the session progresses. And then we update this over the weekend typically. So what you see now at the top, which typically you would see the progress of the bills and then the committee assignments on the right-hand side. These are the bills that VASIL was tracking that were successful this year. And at the bottom of the document will be those that failed. So I'm obviously not going to go through all of these, but I do want to highlight a couple of them to you that either are going to really change things or have some significant interest. The first one was Sickles Bill, House Bill 1848, and this is second on the list that you see here. And in 1985, the Virginians with Disabilities Act was passed. Of course, that was before the Americans with Disabilities Act. And it was very good model legislation for across the country. And it provided for certain employment protections and requirements, public accommodation requirements, and so forth. It became known as the Virginians with Disabilities Act, and it was a section of the code that kept getting moved around over the last number of years as things changed in different ways. But they have now taken the employment protections, the protections about public accommodations, things that are in the ADA. You know, some people would say, well, you should have just gotten rid of all of it. You didn't need to move it. You should have just gotten rid of it all because it's in the ADA. But it gives advocates and attorneys an additional vehicle to use when there is a violation. And of course, if there were ever any serious threats to the Americans with Disabilities Act at the federal level in Virginia, we'd have this protection, whatever this is, that might be impacted at the federal level. But it also, in the Virginians with Disabilities Act, and the language has been there for a number of years, it had limitations on employment. It had, like, you had to provide up to $500 of employment accommodations in certain circumstances, and that's been removed. You just have to do it. There's none of that limit on there anymore. So not only did they move it under this bigger Human Rights Act legislation, but they did modify to the better some of the language from the old Act. So it all ended up good, but it did make a lot of people nervous. Anytime you're moving around the rights that people have code, you really want to watch every word as it is. The next one I'd like to highlight is how.
Maureen, this is Karen. If I could remind everybody to please put yourself on mute if you're not speaking. We're getting some feedback. And so if you will just keep yourself on mute, I believe that will take care of it. Go ahead, Maureen. Thank you.
And then House Bill 1864 is an interesting bill, and it wasn't something anybody was really watching. And there were several bills in regards to the Human Rights Act. There was an attempt, a successful attempt after many amendments, to include employers of domestic workers and others, but that's the focus of our interest, domestic workers in the protection under the Human Rights Act. These would be people who mow your lawn. These would be, for our interest, personal care attendants hired through Medicaid or the Department of Aging and Rehabilitative Services Consumer Directed Personal Assistance Services Program. They were not previously covered under the Human Rights Act, and for the purposes of the Americans with Disabilities Act, because of the employment relationship being one-to-one, that was an employer less than 15 and, you know, had limitations for protection of the worker with a disability, or in this case, under the Human Rights Act, you don't even have to have a disability. You just are protected as that personal care attendant from any discrimination. And so this is a big step forward for protection of personal care attendants. And, you know, from some people looking in may say, well, why are you guys worried about that? Aren't you worried about the person with the disability? Well, of course, you know, ultimately we're advocating for people with disabilities, but we want the people who work for people with disabilities also to have good working relationships and good work protections. What we were really, really excited about initially with this bill and with a couple of other bills that have similar language that I'm not going to cover again, so I'm going to say it here. It also would have put those workers under workman's compensation. And that would have been a tremendous boon, granted a tremendous cost, but a tremendous boon for people with disabilities who hire consumer-directed staff who right now don't have the protections of workman's compensation. But as you can imagine, that was a pretty pricey item, and that got carved out of the bills that dealt with domestic workers this year. But at least getting them covered for protection of non-discrimination is there and is definitely a move forward. About third way into this page, House Bill 1921 deals with curbside voting. As you know, there's curbside voting requirements, and people with disabilities who are not able to enter into the polling place can request that they vote from their vehicle or outside. And during a pandemic or state of emergency, this would be available to anybody who requested it. So you wouldn't have to have a disability. You could just say, I don't want to go in the building because of this communicable disease, COVID right now, and you would have the right to do curbside voting. That really sounds great, right? But what doesn't sound so great about it? There's already a lot of problems people have with curbside voting, with reluctance of poll workers to make it work adequately. For the parking area where you sit and wait to do this, we add to this an unknown number of people now that can do curbside voting. It doesn't mean we need to be stingy with this accommodation, but it does mean we're going to have to, if this is put into an election cycle where, for example, COVID is still prevalent, we really are going to have to do some education. Those poll workers are really going to have to look at parking and path of travel for those vehicles to make sure that people with disabilities who cannot get into that, cannot go in, really have a fair shot at being able to still do curbside voting. We're not against the bill. We weren't working against the bill, but we want now for entities to become prepared to do this better and to do it differently, because there's going to potentially be a bigger pool of people who will want to use this as a way of voting. House Bill 1987 and several other bills deal with telemedicine. As you know, during COVID, there's been an expansion of private telehealth, Medicaid telehealth, Medicare telehealth, because people didn't want to go directly to see their mental health counselor or their case manager or their physician or whatever. So there's been a tremendous growth in telehealth. And there's been a lot of interest from a lot of provider groups and people with disabilities to continue some of the telehealth process. I believe we talked about this already in pretty good detail at the previous meeting, so I'm not going to go into too much detail other than to say what actually passed the General Assembly is very narrow. It's referred to as telemedicine. It's very time limited, and it's very limited to who can use it. It's only for high risk patients, and they are defined in the code as being people who just recently had surgery, for example, or certain very high critical medical needs. And the ability to do monitoring of their services, monitoring of their blood pressure, of their temperatures, things that maybe a skilled nurse went in and did every week, or a physician would do would have them come to the office. In very limited, narrow ways, that monitoring can now be done through telemedicine, not telehealth, they're calling it telemedicine, but only to those high-risk patients. So I think it's important that we not walk away when we see this, and there's a couple of other bills, and think, oh, the telehealth that we've been accustomed to over the last 13 months, that's continuing. That got passed, that got funded. It did not. This is very different, much more narrow, much more medically oriented than the telehealth that most of us have been involved with over the last 13, many of us have been involved with over the last 13 months. So I'm going to go to the next page. And the top one here is House Bill 2117. There are several bills that passed. There were many bills that just didn't make it through this process that addressed the Children's Services Act, the CSA, used to be called the Comprehensive Services Act. And this is where state agencies pool their funds together to provide for local funding for certain children who are in crisis, so that they can either receive services outside of their school system, even in residential settings in some instances. And there is a movement to have that system become more accountable. There really is no state accountability of the system. So there's some of the bills will improve the accountability, but there's also interest in using some of this state money that's pulled together for the localities. When a student with a disability is removed from their public school setting and placed in a private special education school for a period of time because of this crisis, typically it's a behavioral crisis, that when that child student is ready to come back to the public school, that some of that state pooled money in the CSA be following along with that student when they go back into the public school to provide for that additional support that that student was getting when they were in that private school. So in other words, allow some of this money to be used in the public school, which has never been allowed before. So after many bills, after many debates about this, where this has ended up is that right now that's going to be allowed, I think, for 12 months. So there's a limit of 12 months on that when they return to the public school. But there's also been an extraordinarily large work group established to review everything from accountability to how those services are provided and funded, and what happens to that funding when that student returns to the public school setting. So you'll see other CSA bills. I'm not going to go over them, but that's kind of the crux of it all. Accountability and how to make that money flow differently to benefit the student in a public school setting and not require them to basically have to leave that public school setting to benefit from these funds. The next bill is House 2137. This is a tremendous win. I can't believe it's happened, but there will be paid sick leave now for Medicaid consumer-directed employees. 5 days a year. There is a budget amendment that was passed. The money is in the budget. This is just amazing benefit to have been able to get into session this year. And when you think about it, there's really been, for consumer-directed employees, some major wins this year. We'll see in a few minutes, there's been a rate increase. Of course, the paid sick leave, the payment of overtime, the protections of human rights. I think that Centers for Independent Living should be extraordinarily proud of the work they've done since the early or late 80s on this consumer-directed model. It has evolved and evolved and will continue to evolve.
Maureen, I'm sorry. This is Lauren. I need you to pause for 1 second. I hate to break your train of thought. We have lost our captioning and I need to get the captions back up. I'm so sorry.
Lauren, this is Chris. Oh, the new captioner is on her way in.
Oh, excellent. Okay, great.
Do you see her, Lauren? I think you need to tag her as the captioner. I don't have that.
I'm working on that now. Okay, we have a captioner in the participant list and they have been assigned captioning duties. So the captions you should see them. If you do not, please let me know because when the way that we run these meetings, we make it so that on the YouTube live stream, the ASL interpreter is seen and also the captions carry through. So it's really important for the public view and the transparency of your meeting. So could somebody verify that they are seeing the captions?
I don't believe they're up yet.
I don't see them yet.
Here you go. I'm working on it. Got booted out and it's doing something weird. It should take me just a second. I deeply apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Anybody? There we go. You guys see it? Okay.
I see them now.
Bob, I
Thank
see
you
it,
so
yep.
much. Maureen, go ahead. I'm very sorry.
No, that's great. I'm glad that somebody caught it. So good. All right. So let's move on to another topic, if we can, and just if we look towards the bottom of this page, you'll see several bills dealing with the provision of special education services. And this again comes from that Joint Legislative Audit Review Commission that I mentioned during the Part B report. And there were probably about 20 bills that dealt with the recommendation in that report. And they've been condensed down into 3 bills. But there were a lot of provisions requiring primarily the State Department of Education to develop additional training and resource material and conduct better oversight, compliance reviews of the provision of special education and related services. So some good provisions were there. Some of the provisions we would have liked to have stayed didn't make it through. But there's a lot there to be focused on over the next 12 months and see how well the department can do in getting the material out, as well as getting people or localities to comply with the requirements. And then here at the last page that we have, the failed legislation is listed, and I'm not going to necessarily go over any of that. As you can see, most of the legislation this year that we tracked was legislation that passed. This is highly unusual. Usually most legislation fails. Because it was virtual and because they did limit how many bills, how many bills a legislator could introduce, there were, I think, much better crafted legislation this year than we've seen in the past. And I think it's partly, the benefit of this virtual world. I think we'll all be glad not to have so much of this virtual world, but it did make for a different and I think better legislative process. And truly, if you're a lobbyist, you already get that access. But if you're a person with a disability or representing an organization not registered as a lobbyist, I think people did miss their day on their hill or their lobby day at the General Assembly. Those are things that I do think people did miss. So the next document is a list from the budget itself. The budget is a bill. So this will be the next document, Lauren. And the budget is a bill. It's an actual piece of legislation into itself. And there are amendments that are offered to the budget that gets introduced. So the governor develops a proposed budget throughout the summer and fall. That becomes the budget bill. It gets announced in December. General Assembly members then have not even a week this year, but mostly a week or so to enter amendments that they would like to make to the budget. And then those get whittled down as the session proceeds. And these are the budget amendments that they still would like to call out to your attention in regards to those that were successfully passed by the General Assembly, budget amendments. There were obviously hundreds and hundreds of additional budget amendments. Most of them didn't make it through, and many of them are not things that we're highlighting here. So the first thing I want to go down to is the Department for Aging and Rehab Services budget category. And Centers for Independent Living did get an increase of the $425,000. This is actually a reinstatement of the budget cut that was made to Centers for Independent Living during the special session after special session last summer. So it's new money. It's money we would have expected last year that got cut, that got put back in. So it's 425 for the 17 centers. And the brain injury services through DARS also got a restoration of their cut from last year, which was, you can see here listed. And in addition to the restoration, they got salary adjustments for the staff that provide those contracted brain injury services through DARS. Not in this budget chart, but just so that you do know, Centers for Independent Living are in a portion of the budget for salaries called central appropriations. This is not reflected on the chart. This is a section of the budget where salaries for state employees and benefits for state employees are addressed, and also for certain local government employees and their benefits are addressed. Over the years, some programs that are supported by the state, such as the Community Services Board, Centers for Independent Living, local departments of social services, they have lobbied and received placement in the budget so that when there is a salary increase or a salary adjustment, sometimes it would just be a bonus and not an adjustment in salaries. Centers for Independent Living also receive funds when those occur. And this year, through the central appropriations section of the budget, Centers for Independent Living and some of those other programs I've just mentioned received a 5% salary increase for full-time staff that are connected to that contract. So it's not a 5% salary increase across the board for every Center for Independent Living staff. That's not what was funded by the General Assembly or other years when they've done those increases. What it is Centers for Independent Living present a budget to DARS every year. DARS's role with Centers for Independent Living is basically a funding role. The General Assembly funds a certain amount of money to Centers for Independent Living, but they can't give that money directly to centers. They have to have somebody to monitor those expenditures and to pass that money forward. And that's the role of DARS. DARS's role with independent living is the management of administration of those resources that the General Assembly provides to Centers for Independent Living. And so each center each year presents a budget to the Department of Aging and Rehab Services for how they're going to spend the money that the General Assembly has allocated to centers. And in that, they indicate how much of that money they're going to spend for salaries and which of those staff are full-time. And it is the portion of full-time staff on that grant that gets that 5% bump. Now, most centers wouldn't just give a 5% increase to the staff that are connected to the state grant, because centers are funded by many other sources. The state is not the sole funder of centers or independent living in the state, of course. So the staff that aren't working under those state grants from the General Assembly, they don't get that 5% salary bump in their allocation. So the center has to decide whether or not to just raise everybody 5%, raise only full-time people 5%, because it's specifically in the code, in the bill, for 5% for full-time employees. And that's been interpreted by the Department of Planning and Budget to be full-time employees who are connected through the state grant. So I kind of always am hesitant to say, oh, there's a 5% increase, because it's not funding a 5% increase for all of the staff at the center. And if the center is going to raise everybody by 5%, then the center has to find those resources to equally raise or do whatever they're going to do.
Maureen, this is Karen. Let me just give you all a concrete example of what occurs. So our CIL receives both federal Part C funds as well as state general dollars. In order for our CIL to give everyone a 5% cost of living increase, it would cost us about $24,000. Based on our figuring of how much we'll get, we might get about $9,000 from the 5% state increase for salaries. So that leaves us with about $15,000 that we have to find from some other pot of money. So it's wonderful that we were able to get CILs into this increase when state employees get an increase. However, it is sometimes extremely difficult to find the additional funding for those staff who are not funded with state dollars, or those staff who are funded with state dollars but are part-time. Thank you, Maureen. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Karen, that perfect example. I didn't want to use the center as an example, so that was helpful. And it is like many other things that centers deal with, because they are constantly searching for grant opportunities to sustain their operations, basically, and to do new things. It's great to get this partial funding, but it really does challenge them in other ways. So that if we could move down to the DMAS budget, and then I'll kind of wrap up and just see if there's any questions. One of the things that I do want to point out first on the DMAS, the Department of Medical Assistant Services budget, is a rate increase for personal care, respite, and companion services. Now, we'll point out that there is not a similar increase in the Department of Aging and Rehabilitative Services, specifically as new money, so that will be important to see how DARS manages this for the consumer-directed employees through the DARS program. But there was a rate increase last year, and there's an additional rate increase of 6.4% that goes into place May 1st, and then there'll be another 12.5% increase November 1st. Now, those may seem like high increases, and they are. I mean, they're substantial. But if you look over on the right-hand side of what the cost is, the cost starting July 1st for the new fiscal year is $60 million in state money, and then an additional $60 million in federal money to have this raise occur. It needs to occur. I'm not, oh my gosh, we work hard for this. We want this to occur. But it shows how just even a small increase is so very expensive because so many people use this service. So to give you an example of this, there is a rate for Northern Virginia, and then there is a rate for the rest of the state. There is a rate for agency personal care, and there is a rate for consumer-directed services. And I have this chart. I'll send it to you, Lauren. I probably should have sent it just because I think it helps illustrate what the rates are going to be. DMAS, the Department of Medical Assistant Services, has not published this yet because the governor will sign the final budget next month, and that's when they'll publish it. But you know, get a calculator and you can figure it out. So I figured it out, and I'll send it to you, Lauren, if you could distribute it. But basically, for consumer-directed services in the rest of the state, it's $9.87 today. On May 1st, it'll go up that 6.4% or 63 cents, and it'll go up to $10.50. And then there'll be another rate increase that's been funded January 1st, and that will be an additional 12.5, and that'll take it to $11.81. And, you know, similar for agency, you'll see a rate increase, and similar for Northern Virginia. So $9.87 today, $10.50 on May 1. Why is it so important they change this May 1? Why not wait till July 1? Why do May 1 and then July 1 again, an increase? What's happening May 1st in Virginia? The minimum wage is going up May 1st in Virginia. And the minimum wage that is going up will be $9.50. So this would only put consumer-directed services at 37 cents above minimum wage. So they bumped it up to $10.50. It's still not percentage-wise as much as the minimum wage increase is, but it is an increase. So the reason this is happening is in response to wonderful advocacy we have done to get the rates increased, maybe, but also probably because the minimum wage is going up and they had to do it. So it's kind of, we're glad to see it. It needs to happen. It should have happened way before now. It's not enough, but it at least is keeping things above minimum wage. And then January 1st, minimum wage in Virginia will be going up to $11, and the services will be $11.81 in this configuration that they've done. And so, of course, the minimum wage is set to go up again in 2023. And so DMAS is going to have to figure out some sort of budget increase again for these services just to keep their rates above minimum wage. Of course, this impacts everybody, impacts Centers for Independent Living, wages, everybody's wages. It's a very good thing. Minimum wage is, you know, too low at $7.25, so it's good, but it's just causing all these other adjustments to be needed. Going back to the DMAS budget, the second item we're really excited about. It's not a done deal, so I don't want anybody to think this is a done deal, but it's as close to anything we've ever been able to get. And in Virginia, when you receive SSI, you become eligible for SSI. You don't automatically get Medicaid. Virginia is one of the few states in the country where once you get SSI, supplemental security income, you have to apply for state Medicaid. In other states, you get SSI and you automatically get state Medicaid. So what this amendment will do is require DMAS to develop a report on any cost and program changes that would be needed to allow for that automatic enrollment. And that report's due this fall. So, you know, hopefully that report will say everything we've been saying for years. It's not going to cost you a hill of beans. It's going to be easy enough to do. This is a pain in the neck for people with disabilities. People with disabilities are missing out on important health care. Let's get this done. So this is, you know, one of those inevitable, it's not called a study, it's just a report, but inevitable kind of, you got to wait a year and get all that documentation together. So hopefully we're close to getting that done. On waiver slots, there's two groups of waivers in the state. The Commonwealth Coordinated Care Plus waiver does not have a waiting list. but the developmental disabilities waivers. There are 3 developmental disabilities waivers, and that has a waiting list. And there were 435 family and individual services waivers that were funded in addition to what was in the governor's budget. And at the bottom of this chart, you'll see what was in the governor's budget, and you would add these 435 slots to what's in the bottom block on this chart. So it's basically about 900 new slots. As I said earlier, they paid for the sick leave. Medicaid works eligibility. Again, I can't believe some of this stuff is happening in the middle of all this turmoil with COVID. We've had some of the biggest wins we've ever had. It's really pretty amazing. Medicaid works. That's where a person is enrolled in Medicaid. They want to go to work. Their income is at currently 80% or less of the poverty level. They want to go to work and earn a lot more than what you typically could for Medicaid. Medicaid Works is a federal program. It's called the Medicaid Buy-in at the federal level. In Virginia, we call it Medicaid Works. And this allows an individual who is already receiving Medicaid to go to work if their income currently is $859 or less a month. So they have low income, basically SSI, maybe a little more. They can go to work and keep their Medicaid and earn $75,000 a year and save $34,000 before losing Medicaid. Whereas now, you can't have more than $859 a month of income, and you can't have more than $2,000 of resources. You'll be able to have 34,000 resources, and you'll be able to, 75,000 of income. You're kidding me. That's a game changer for people. So we've had this Medicaid Works program forever. Not really. 15 years, long time. And we've got maybe 70 people enrolled in it. Sorry, I need to plug in. About 70 people enrolled in it because most people with disabilities don't know about it, don't trust it, or their income is already above $859. And so what this amendment is going to allow is for people, for an increase of that floor to come into the program of 80% up to 138%, which is $1,481 in 2021. That's a big difference. So this could be people who have SSDI, supplemental security, social security, disability income. It's going to allow them, if that's under 1481, to come in. It's mind-blowing. It really is. Now, it's not going to be for everybody, because if you're using one of the home and community-based waivers and you're using supported employment or residential services, you're not going to want to give up your waiver. And you do have to give up your waiver once your income goes above 300% of SSI, or basically $2,100 a month. So for people with developmental disabilities who use some of those traditional DD waiver services like residential, it's not going to work for them because, well, it will up to $2,200 they could earn, but then they would lose their waiver, and many of them are not willing to do that. Some are willing to gamble, and that was last year's legislation. Remember, we passed legislation last year. It says you can go into this program for 6 months and we'll hold your waiver slot. You won't lose your DD waiver slot. But if it's not successful, Medicaid Works isn't successful for you, your waiver slot gets held and you can go back into it. So it has allowed some people to kind of test the waters to see if they could make it. The other thing that is important that Centers for Independent Living advocated for years for, in the Medicaid Works program, if you are going to leave and go make your $75,000 a year, and you were getting that waiver personal care services through DD waivers or the CCC plus waiver, whatever source, you get to keep your personal care services. So you don't get to keep day support, you don't get to keep residential, but you do get to keep personal care. So if somebody has cerebral palsy and has been using CCC plus waiver or the DD waiver, they want to go to work, they want to make $70,000 a year, they'll be able to get those 80 hours a week of personal care instead of through the waiver, just through regular Medicaid because they're enrolled in Medicaid Works. It really is, it's the package that 18 years ago when the program was started should have been put into place. And voila, 18 years later, we probably have a functional program now. So, well, will July 1st. So anyways, I'm not going to go through anything else on here. You can kind of read through what's listed. You certainly can reach out to any of the centers or myself and ask questions about particular amendments, or if it's a study group or something that it's referenced in the bill or in the amendment and you want to know more about it, just let us know. So.
This is Karen. Thank you so much, Maureen. I know that everybody appreciates your diligence and tracking all of these items. And I hope some of you were able to participate in the VASIL calls that we would have every so often, where Maureen would keep us informed about what was going on while the session was in session, while the assembly was in session. Thank you. Like, okay, that doesn't make any sense, Karen. So Maureen, I don't know if anybody has any questions for Maureen. That was an awful lot of information that she shared, but if you have a question, please make sure that you state your name and then go ahead and ask your question.
This is Rob, and just for a point of clarification, you said that Virginia is one of the few states that doesn't have an automatic enrollment from Social Security over to state Medicaid. Does that only include SSI, or does that also include SSDI?
Question, only SSI, SSDI is related to you would be getting Medicare, not Medicaid. Now you could be getting both depending on how much SSDI, but no. So your question would be, is if you're low enough to get SSI, will you automatically get, a low enough SSDI, would you automatically enroll like you would if you had SSI? I think as long as you're still under the percentage that they're going to allow, we don't know what that is yet. I would think so. But I can't tell you that. I don't know where that'll land. Karen, do you know? Have you heard?
This is Karen. No, I haven't. But normally what happens, Rob, when somebody files for disability, if their earnings don't bring them up to the level that they would be eligible to get under SSI, they would receive maybe $800 in Social Security disability and then another $75 or whatever it is in SSI. And I'm assuming that if that happens, that person becomes eligible for SSI, then they will automatically become eligible for Medicaid. Does that help, Rob?
Appreciate, yeah, that does help. And I just want to, because Maureen mentioned about Medicaid Works being a game changer. It sounds like, to me at least, it's if as much of a game changer as Able Now was, but that's just my personal opinion. But it really does sound like a game changer.
So this is Karen. Are there any other questions for Maureen? Okay, I know that the representative from the Disability Resource Center is here, but if we could go ahead and take a very quick 5-minute break and come back together, we'll hear from Amitri when we come back. Okay, so 5 minutes, it's 20 after, according to my watch. So 25 after, please, everybody come back. Thank you. Okay, this is Karen. I actually have 12:26, so hopefully everybody's back. And we're going to hear now from, is it Amitri?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Amitri Bean, who is going to provide a report on the Disability Resource Center Lower Planning District. Take it away.
Good morning. So we have been working in the lower part of Planning District 9, and I will definitely share with you that we have had some response from Fauquier County, which as I have heard from one person who gave me quite a geography lesson, as they feel is southern of Rappahannock County. I did not debate with her about that, but feels that it should have been included in this initiative. But there is some response coming. We are starting to have more of a response than we did have in the first 3 months. Did not get, oops, hold on. There we go. One of the pieces that, yikes. Can you still hear me at least?
Yes, we can hear you, and it's possible that you're having some bandwidth issues. So maybe if you just keep your video off, we'll be able to continue to hear you. So go ahead.
Okay. So one of the pieces that you didn't get was the report. I compiled a report to figure out which meetings I was going to the most. Because what I'm starting to try to do is figure out what is most effective as I'm doing outreach and how these dots are starting to connect as I'm trying to reach people with disabilities themselves and actually older adults. Because that ultimately is our goal as we're trying to bring together this grassroots effort to start to begin this advisory group that we need to begin to create a cell in the lower part of Planning District 9. And as you'll see in the narrative that you received, Aging Together is the meeting that I attend the most. And there is some overlap in Aging Together. So I'm starting to meet people, and in meeting people, sometimes I meet the same people over and over. And by doing that, there's some traction starting to be created, even in a community that I've lived in for quite a period of time. And by doing that, I'm starting to gain, I guess, trust with some people, even though I'm starting to see them more than once, and starting to get enough interest from them, especially like in Rappahannock County, to get one-on-one meetings, to gain their interest in coming to the advisory group. It looks like the May advisory group will have more people from outside the SIL community attend. And I know that already from people who say they're going to be there or say they would be there except for scheduling conflict. So we're starting to get some of the traction we need, but it is slow. It is slow. It's not as fast as I'd want to see it come. Crystal Hale from Orange County, the Director of Social Services, is definitely one of our champions. The Director of the Community Services Board is definitely one of our champions. He's doing all he can to help us. I've found that the Regional Transportation Collaborative, the folks from that meeting are interested. They're just not sure what they can do, but at least they're interested in helping me make connections. One of the positives that I find from the work I'm doing is that I'm able to advocate for people with disabilities. As I'm attending these meetings, I'm able to speak on behalf of people with disabilities in meetings where I'm almost surprised that the interest of people with disabilities never comes up, or it's just given lip service. And I feel that's important work, even if it's not the work I was there to do. And one of the things I bring up when I do talk to other groups is that is why a SIL is important, because people need a voice. And one of the things we can do together if we had a SIL is be that voice. But, you know, one of the things I'm interested in doing is getting to the school level. Is I feel that we have to get to people with disabilities younger. We have to talk to youth. We can't wait until people are adults, or, you know, I'm in my 50s, older adults. We have to get to the culture younger so that we don't, everybody, you know, I'm here at the Workforce Center. I get a lot of moms calling in to say that their child wants a job. And then they're taken aback when I say, well, can I speak to your son? Can I speak to your daughter? And they're like, you're talking to me. Yeah, but your daughter, your son, they're an adult. They can talk to me. And then it's a tug. And that's a culture. And that needs to change. And that's part of why I feel the SIL is slow, because there's a culture here that needs to change. But it's not impossible, but it's slow. But we do have people interested in the advisory group. I think part of our reality here is I work on this project 10 hours a week. It goes by really fast. You know, the nice thing is there's overlap with my other job, which is with the Workforce Center, WIOA. So there's overlap, but, you know, I have another job. I think if the grant was more generous, there would be someone working on this many more hours a week. Part of the time I spent this week was really getting the word to the newspapers, saying, this in a subtle way, kind of really getting an article seeded for the newspapers about this project and why it's important. I heard you all talking about the internet. We have 2 counties that have almost no broadband coverage. I heard you talking about April. I spend a lot of time on April, ILRU, because I need to follow people who have already been on this path. Because even the Disability Resource Center of Rappahannock, Fredericksburg, they do a fabulous job. This is a different community. Right outside of my community here in Culpeper, they're trying to figure out how to get broadband because they have to broadcast broadband into the school parking lots. And I heard you talking about one of the centers who's doing that outside their back door. So there are barriers. They're not impossible barriers. But when you're growing, creating a SIL in a rural area, these are their barriers to the work you're trying to do. And when I encountered a SIL, I was in Fauquier County, and the SIL was in Manassas, which is a very different, Manassas is very different than Culpeper. So, and actually as I'm talking about it, I'm like, I need to call them because Manassas wasn't always different than Culpeper. And see if we can get some of the people who were there at the time they started and hear from them. I need to talk to people who have done it. So we keep going, we keep moving forward.
This is Karen. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you so much for that report. Does anybody have any questions for Amitri?
Dimitri, this is Rob. And you mentioned about the disability, a lot of the disability issues being given lip service. Besides the newspaper and the broadband, were there any other examples of where disability issues were given lip service?
Oh, no, the newspaper hasn't given it lip service. Oh, I didn't mean that. Okay. No, like I was at a meeting for a livable community, bringing a livable community here. It never even came up. It literally didn't even come up at that meeting. I was at a meeting I'm on the workforce for the Marcus Peters alert. And while race, obviously that's the focus of that, it took a long time for them until like I brought it up, for them to get to the issue that part of Marcus Peters is psychiatric disability, and also the other types of disabilities like autism. That is a key disability when you talk about Marcus Peters. Any disability that makes you appear different. And so it's like, click in, people. Disability is a minority status in our nation. And it's a disability class you can join after lunch today. And people need to get that.
This is Karen. Anybody else have any questions for Amitri?
Hi, this is Arthretta. I have a question for Amitri. Your point of disability not being on the radar of people is legitimate. Here in Prince William County, we may be in the same county, but here in Prince William County, they just started a review of discrimination, and the issue of disability was not on the radar of types of discrimination that people can experience. One of the things Prince William County, I came from Fairfax County. So when I came to Prince William County, I was taken aback that this is now for physical disabilities. There are not the push doors so wheelchairs can get in. Their coding for buildings is different than in Fairfax County, where it's far more physical disability friendly than in Prince William County. So I think as I'm learning more about this committee, and I'm not saying that much because I'm still learning, there are many areas where people with disabilities are compromised. And to the extent that the state can make addressing disabilities uniform in their application and require them of the counties, it's going like the requirement that the county be in code like every other county in the state. Every county needs to be in code with the Americans with Disability Act. Prince William County is not. They provide parking, but they're not when it comes to certain other things. And there are other areas as well. So I would like to talk about how we can help the state to be more uniform and disability citizen friendly. And we can't, and this is the thing, we're able to articulate that. People with the disabilities many times are not as able to articulate why they're being treated differently and where the gaps are. And that's my comment to what you said. I absolutely agree with you. And they're not going to get it until there's a consequence for not complying.
This is Karen. Thank you for those comments, Arthretta. Anyone else have any questions for Amitri? Well, Amitri, the Silk certainly does thank you for what you are doing there to make things more accessible for people with disabilities. And the Blue Ridge Independent Living Center has been in Roanoke since 1989, so almost 31 years. And while we have made strides towards accessibility, things are still not as accessible as we would like to see them. So it is a continuing effort, and VASIL is going to be submitting a grant to update our materials on the ADA and to get out and train some additional individuals. So hopefully, that will help. But again, I think it's really important that everybody realizes that there is no ADA police. And so each one of us should accept that badge. And if you see something, say something. Nothing will get changed if nobody says anything. And
who do you say it to?
Oh, we say it to all kinds of people. Of course, again, we've been here for 31 years. So the city of Roanoke definitely knows that we're here. I can give you an example. We just got e-scooters in our area just a few months ago. And every time we turned around, we would see e-scooters in the middle of the sidewalk. And so we went to the city and we said, excuse us, but you are responsible to make sure that there is a clear path of travel for everybody, including people with disabilities. And we took pictures. And so they tightened up on the company that was providing the scooters. We now have an online complaint form. We have a phone number that people can call. The company has now hired an army of people that go around to make sure that wherever those e-scooters are parked. It's not in the middle of the sidewalk. So we say it to a lot of people, Arthretta.
I'm not following you. You're talking about e-scooters in Roanoke. I'm talking about when the county has a code and the code does not provide accessibility for people with physical disabilities. That's a county code issue. To whom are you saying that each individual is responsible, or where is the body? Like, for instance, with some forms of discrimination, you report to the Attorney General. My question is, if we as individuals on this board, do we bring it to this board? Do we report to the Attorney General? Do we report, where does an individual or one of us who observes a violation, we believe, where do we take that to?
So this is Karen. Every locality that has more than, I want to say, 50 employees, and this is going back several years, has to have an ADA coordinator. And so you should be able to find who the ADA coordinator is for your area. Hopefully if you don't know who that is, you can find them. You're in a county, right? Virginia confuses me with the independent cities and the counties and all of that stuff. I still don't get why cities aren't in counties, but that's just a personal hang up. You are actually in which county?
Prince William.
Okay, so Prince William they should have, I would think that they have more than 50 employees. They should have an ADA coordinator. I would suggest that you start online, go to the county's website and type in ADA coordinator to see who that individual is. And I would start with them because, again, as advocates, we try to start at the lowest level we can, documenting what activities we're taking, and then keep bumping it up until it gets resolved. So hopefully that would help. You should also have a zoning board, and that might be another avenue. The Silk, Arthretta, doesn't provide individual services. So we can certainly look at things on a statewide basis, but for those of you who are having difficulties with your counties, then that you need to address at the county level. And if you want more information, you can feel free to give me a call and we can try to figure out the best avenue for you. But I would start with your ADA coordinator in your locality.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments for Amitri? Sorry, I'm combining two names. If not, again, Amitri, thank you so much for your report, and just keep hitting it. And if there's anything I can do, again, feel free to give me a call. I've been executive director here for 31 years. We were also instrumental in starting 3 sills surrounding Roanoke. And I've also served at a number of sills as interim director. So feel free to contact me. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on in the agenda, and we are going to hear from Rob with the treasurer's report for the second quarter.
Thank you, Karen. Again, this is Rob Targos, and the fiscal year 2020 total Part B amount was $467,600 with a $3,769 increase. The Silk has received $460,608 for fiscal year 2021. Level funding is still expected. As last year, there was a small award that was not received until the summer. Please note that the carryover amount, as well as the unbudgeted amount in line 23, went down $56,674. However, due to Nickel being virtual again, the conference expenditures only at a 5% usage. The amount being awarded to Vasel for consumer-directed relief is still planned for $63,600. As long as the meetings are virtual, there are still continue to be less expenses for the council operations. The expenses that will be incurred for virtual meetings include ASL interpreters as well as real-time captures. All the second quarter Part B grant award payments to centers and Vasel have been paid. We still do not know if the April conference will be in person or virtual. The council may consider allowing SIL directors to attend the Nickel conference using a portion of the conference funds for those that are virtual. The council continues to be in a good position for meeting costs if meetings can be held in person during 2021. And that concludes the report.
This is Karen. Does anybody have any questions for Rob about the treasurer's report? Lauren, do we normally have the council accept the treasurer's report as presented? I serve on various different councils and I'm never sure. Stop laughing at me, Sean. Which ones need the acceptance of the report and which ones don't? So
This is Lauren. No, you do not need to take any action on the treasurer's report.
this is Karen. Thank you very much, Lauren. So one more time, does anybody have any questions for Rob about the treasurer's report? All right.
Thank you, Karen.
Rob, did you have a question?
No, I just want to say thank you to Karen and to the council.
Thank you. So moving on with the agenda, next is the executive committee report. We held our executive committee meeting this morning prior to the full council meeting. And we discussed a number of issues. We would like to recommend two things. I think we had a motion for one and then a recommendation for the other, I believe. With the financial report, you'll notice that we do have some funds that can be utilized to send individuals to Nickel and or April. I know that I spoke with the representative from April and I believe that they're about 99.9% certain that their conference will be virtual rather than in person. So after the treasurer's report and looking at the budget, we had a motion by the executive committee, and we're bringing that to you, that the SILC consider sending up to 5 silk representatives to Nickel and 3 representatives to April. The cost for the Nickel registration, I believe, is $150. So sending 5 individuals would be, I believe, $750. And if we sent 3 people to April, we are assuming that the registration is going to be $300. So that would be $900 to send people to April. So does anybody have any questions about sending folks to Nickel or April?
This is Daniel.
Yes, Daniel.
My only question is in regards to if we wanted to recommend this or approve this, would we just need to make a motion in support of it? And if so, would we need 2 separate motions, one for the Nickel and one for the April?
Since this was a motion and a recommendation from the council, I believe, if I remember, that basically we just, we don't need, help me out, Lauren. We don't need a second, or what is it that we don't need?
Okay, you all as the executive committee made a motion on this already. And unless there's a concern or it needs to be changed, that motion was unanimously voted on earlier and that would stand.
Thank you, Lauren, for keeping me straight. Does that help, Daniel?
Yes, I just wanted to, do my part in supporting this endeavor.
Great, thank you. So any thoughts, comments, concerns about the silk, utilizing some of our surplus funds for Nickel and or April? Okay, if not, it looks like that's what we will be doing. The second thing, there's a recommendation from the executive committee to accept and submit a letter of support that you received earlier. Was it yesterday? I believe it was yesterday when it was sent out. The Virginia Association of Centers for Independent Living is preparing a proposal for a grant to be submitted to the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities. The grant proposal is titled Americans with Disabilities Act Advocacy Refresh. The goals of the proposal focus on the ADA and include 3 goals. Those goals include increasing the number of people with disabilities who have an understanding of the ADA. Second goal is to update the 1992 Project Act ADA training material. And the third is to highlight 7 to 10 topics that have been addressed through ADA advocacy and any changes since 1990 and incorporate those into the training. We will also be using interactive discussions to encourage people with disabilities to develop their advocacy skills. So this is a recommendation, or did we have a motion, Lauren?
No, this was a recommendation to the full council. So the full council will need to make a motion or further discussion, however you all see fit in moving ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Lauren. This is Karen again. So any questions or comments or thoughts about providing a support letter for VASIL for this grant proposal?
This is Sean. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sean.
Okay. Yeah, I think anything we can do to support them, we need to. Just personal opinion.
So are you making that in a form of a motion?
I will indeed make that in the form of a motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Rob. Any further discussion? For those of you who are new to the Silk, we have 17. I'm sorry.
This is Gary, and I'm about to lose my connection.
Oh, okay.
Gary said I would like to support the letter.
Thank you, Gary.
And also the self-advocacy.
This is Karen. Thank you so much for that. Way back in 1992, the Virginia Association of Centers for Independent Living secured another grant, and this was the 1992 Project Act. That project was very successful. Of course, we did not have 17 centers for independent living at that time, but we did train a lot of the staff at the centers that were up and running at that time. And we hope that the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities will agree that it definitely is time to update the materials and also to train additional individuals with disabilities on understanding the ADA. Any further discussion about the motion? All right, Lauren, would you do a roll call, please?
I'm happy to. Once again, this will be in alphabetical order. Daniel Aranda,
Yes.
Arthuretta Holmes Martin,
Yes.
Karen Carney,
Yes.
Jerry O'Neill,
Yes.
Vasantha Raymond,
Yes.
Gary Talley,
Yes.
Rob Targos,
Yes.
Ed Turner,
Yeah,
that's a yes, right, Ed?
right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ed. Sorry to make you navigate all over the buttons there. Sean,
No.
thank you. Sean Utt,
Yes.
all right, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Karen. We hope that the proposal will be successful, and certainly will let you know as soon as we know how we're going to move forward with that project. The next thing on the agenda is the Nickel Conference. And as you all decided, the Silk will be sending 5 council members to Nickel and 3 council members to April once we have that information from them. I believe what we have done in the past is that anybody that is interested in attending Nickel needs to let Lauren know as soon as possible, because we do this on a first come, first served basis. We do ask that you be available for the entire conference. And Lauren has just put up the information. The Nickel Conference will run from July 19th through July 30th. So it's a extended period of time, and they normally have a few sessions each day. I don't know if anybody has any questions about the Nickel Conference.
Karen, this is Lauren. Could I just add that in the flyer on your meeting packet, it has the website so that you can look at things as they are scheduled and fall into place. But it's usually the way that they did it last year. I shouldn't say usually, because this is still very new, having these virtual conferences. Last year, it was done in the afternoons mainly, and for a couple of hours, and there were breaks. And it's not intended that you have to go to everything, because I think that would be near impossible, if not actually impossible. So I didn't want you to think you need to carve out 24 hours a day from the start date to the finish date.
This is Karen. Thanks for that clarification, Lauren. So again, if you are interested in attending Nickel, please let Lauren know ASAP, because we do this on a first come, first served basis. Any additional questions about Nickel?
Karen, this is Rob. I just want to piggyback and add to what Lauren already indicated. But I went to the virtual conference last year, and just to let people know, they had a number of support people, both for the audio and for the Zoom portions. So that was very well supported, and I went to probably 75% of the conference and didn't see any issues at all.
This is Karen. Thank you for that, Rob. Any additional questions, comments? All right. If not, we'll move on to special reports and agency updates. Yes, Lauren.
I'm not sure, but Ed, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I also went to the conference last year. It was amazing. It was so accessible. And it gives you 2 weeks. You get a simple station you were able to wait for 3 days. Do you understand me?
So I'm gonna, is it okay if I repeat what you said? We'll see if I'm at all on target here, Ed. You'll tell me if I'm not. So Ed said that he was able to attend the Nickel conference last year, that it was excellent, and that it was also very accessible. And was the last part that you were able to attend because of the schedule, you were actually able to attend most of the sessions over the 2 weeks?
That is correct.
This is Karen. Thank you for those comments, Ed. So again, if you're interested, send Lauren an email and we will get folks registered. Okay. Now I think we're ready to move on to special reports. Marcia left at noon. Lauren, I don't know if there's any update you want to provide from DARS, or if we're just going to go to the next report.
So I will just give you a little bit of an update. The agency has cleared the wait list and the categories are open right now, all of the categories for vocational rehabilitation. That is, you're going to hear me probably overuse this, but you know, not so great year. This was one of the silver linings to be found. And the agency has also been able to provide some extra services through job coaching and such. So things are moving here. WWRC, the Wilson Workforce Rehabilitation Center, that's in Fisherville. I get Stewart's Draft and Fishersville mixed up. I'm sorry. So that campus is open, and I believe that right now they have about 100 people on campus.
This is Karen. Thank you for that, Lauren. Any questions for Lauren? All right, moving on to the next report, VDDHH, Eric.
Hello, everyone. I want to tell you can you voice? One moment, we gotta get this. All right, go ahead. So we announced the establishment of a call center for the vaccination Virginia. So anyone who has questions about the vaccine, again, we think about how to make things more accessible to people who are deaf and hard of hearing and use American Sign Language. So we worked with their call center run by a company called Deloitte. And they were open to the idea to establish a video call center where a deaf person can call in directly through video relay service, so that they may so they don't have to call through the video relay service. They can have direct conversation to have a more fluid and seamless information. So that's an excellent option for them. We're very excited. We did bring in a company called Communication Services for the Deaf, CSD. They're a national nonprofit organization, and they have a service called Direct Connect. And so we use their platform to provide access to deaf people to call in directly to speak with a deaf representative. And they have hired 4 deaf people from the state of Virginia to work in that call center. They are in training currently, and it's up and operational for about 2 or 3 weeks now. We did have a press release on that a couple weeks ago that went out through the Department of Health. And so anyone in the state can get, if you're interested in more information, you can certainly get in touch with me, and other states will, I'm sure, reach out to us, because we are the first in the country to do it, to have direct access to information that way. We're very excited to put Virginia on the map in that regard. It's a very proud moment. And of course, we continue to advocate for access and effective communication during this COVID time. So that's one step forward. And I think that's probably all I have for today.
This is Karen. Thank you so much for that, Eric. We were excited to see that release and shared it with the folks that we have on our disability advocates list, on our Facebook page, with our board, with our staff. So we tried to get the information out to anybody that could use it. So great move. That was great. Any questions for Eric?
This is Rob. I have a couple of questions. Regarding you mentioned about the option with Deloitte and then the connection with a call center for direct connect. Can you just clarify the differences between that?
Sure. Deloitte, the company that runs the vaccine here in Virginia, when they run that call center, the staff they work from home and make the calls, and hearing people, they can call through the phone and speak to a representative, ask questions, ask about the rules, ask about the vaccines, and it's just ran under the Department of Health.
Got it.
So how do you involve deaf people who sign to have direct access? And there's another company that were brought in to partner with the Department of Health for communication services and VDHH. So there were 4 of us organizations working together to set this up.
Got it. Thank you. And the other question, again, this is Rob, but you mentioned being first in the country. Can you just repeat that as far as being first in the country with?
Yes. No other state has where a deaf can call directly to another deaf representative and do it, ask questions about the shots or anything, in their first language, getting it there. So Virginia is the first one that set up that service. And the other states are really enthusiastic and they want to copy Virginia's model.
That's awesome. Thank you.
This is Karen. Any other questions for Eric? Okay, let's move on to Judy, who's going to report about activities at DBVI. Judy?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really thrilled to be able to report to you all this quarter that most of our, we too in VR, our order of selection has now all been lifted, and so I think all categories are open. In rehab teaching and orientation and mobility, we didn't, fortunately, we didn't have to go through an order of selection. So, but what we did have to do, of course, with the pandemic, we were teleworking, and we are able to, when there is a service or a teaching, some sort of teaching thing that can't be done virtually, we are able to go into the home. We're still not going into assisted living or nursing homes as of yet, but most of the positivity areas have, the positivity rate is under 10%, so we're able to go in. I think we have a very few that are over 10%. The only one that comes to mind right now is Portsmouth. So our teachers are able to go in the homes and work. We're still wearing PPE equipment and still doing all of those things, but things are getting back to normal, so we're really thankful about that. I want to piggyback a little bit about on what Eric was talking about, the vaccines. As you all may know, for people who are blind or visually impaired, the whole vaccination thing has been quite a juncture, if I might say, because the website for VDH hasn't been very accessible. I think it perhaps has gotten a little better. And then where you had to go, like, for example, I had to go to JMU. And it was at their convocation center. Well, if you have to get transportation to get there, for example, Uber or Lyft, and then if the Uber or Lyft driver doesn't know where the convocation building is, and then once you get there, just knowing where to go. So it's just been a real hot mess. So we are the agency heads of our agency were able to work something out with Bremo Pharmacy. And so Bremo Pharmacy came to our Azalea campus in Richmond, and individuals who were on our caseloads and their family members, and we set up something where they could come and get their vaccines there. And so several of us worked that, and we had a day. I think I'm not sure of the number, but I heard somewhere in the 70s that we were able to get 70 people. And then we also did it, Department for the Blind also has, as one of its entities, Virginia Industries for the Blind. And so Bremo Pharmacy, then the next day, after they were at our Azalea campus, they went to one of the Virginia Industries for the Blind facilities and were able to vaccinate people who registered there. So people had to register to get their shots. If they didn't have their paperwork filled out, we had somebody available there to help fill out paperwork. We had, I mean, it was well orchestrated, and several of us were asked to volunteer, and we did. And it was really great. I was really thankful to see that happen. I had already, personally, I'd already registered, so to go get it done somewhere else. But it was great. I don't remember which of the vaccines they were giving, but that worked out well. Our referrals are picking up. One of the things that I get to do when people go on our website to see if they've got a parent or a child, a lot of those referrals, my name is on our website as one of the people, and so our referrals are picking up. I'm really getting a good opportunity to talk to a lot of children of older parents, and sometimes parents of teenagers, to talk about our services. So our referrals are picking up across the agency. We are really looking now to have an agency-wide emphasis with our pre-employment transition services for our students, so that we can work on those skills that will then make them job ready. And it's good times at DBVI, and I'm really excited. We were able, our independent living program was able to get a pretty significant amount of money from General Assembly. So we're going to be able to provide even more services. We're going to have a sufficient amount of money to be able to deal with case services. And I was really concerned about that. I think the executive council or the executive committee heard a little bit of my concern, but we have been really fortunate. And I think we're on good times. Good things are happening at DBVI, and we're doing well. And as I say each time, and it remains true, we have a stellar staff. We've had several retirees, and but we're filling those positions. We do have a position that's opening up in Bristol for a rehabilitation teacher to work primarily with our older blind individuals. So if any of you know of anybody, we are in recruitment phase for that position. So thank you so much. Unless anybody has any questions.
This is Karen. Does anybody have any questions for Judy? Thank you for that report, Judy.
Sure.
Okay, it doesn't appear that there are any questions. So the SRC report, I don't believe that we have one, or Lauren, was something, did Sean, did you attend the last SRC meeting? No. Okay.
This is Lauren. So the process when you have a change in your officers on the council, your bylaws actually dictate that the chairperson of the SILC be the representative to the SRC, the State Rehabilitation Council. So if you remember, we just had a nominations process and elections, and now Karen is your chairperson. in order for Karen to be appointed, Sean had to formally resign because those terms are automatically done in 3-year increments or unexpired. So Sean had to formally resign so that we can get Karen appointed, and we're sort of in that layover of just the formality of the finishing steps of having her appointed. The good thing is that as the administrator to the State Rehab Council, I make sure that you're not missing anything. And the biggest thing that I can think of that the SRC focused on at that meeting, at their last meeting, was their recommendations to DARS concerning the VR program, the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. One of those recommendations is that WWRC, Wilson Workforce and Rehabilitation Center, continue to have virtual offerings and whenever possible in person, regardless of the public health measures in place. So the idea is to hopefully, for those people that have really found benefit in virtual programming, that not just disappear.
All right, this is Karen. Thank you for that, Lauren. That's I had forgotten about what all has to occur, so thank you for keeping me straight, or trying to keep me straight anyway. It's a tough job.
It's very easy.
So let's see, DBVI, SRC, that would have been Ken, but Ken had to leave early. Judy, is there anything you'd like to relay on behalf of the SRC?
I am not a part of the SRC for DBVI, though I would love to be, but I am not currently.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The next report is Vasil, and I'm going to do that report. So as you've heard from DBVI and BDDHH, the SILs have also been very actively involved in ensuring that people with disabilities are getting the PPE that they need and also the shots that they need. ECI did a vaccine clinic at a local mall with FEMA and the Department of Health a few weeks ago. And they've got 4 vaccine clinics coming up next week that they're doing with DMAS and Rite Aid, and that's going to be happening at ECI. ECNV of Northern Virginia has done several clinics and lots of outreach. Vasil met with the DD network, which includes the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities, the Disability Law Center of Virginia, and the Partnership for People with Disabilities, to coordinate how we might use the federal funds that are coming to each of those entities for vaccine outreach. And I know that Resources for Independent Living in Richmond, I believe, is having or has had just recently a drive-through clinic specifically for people with disabilities. And we here in Roanoke are getting ready to have a strike force clinic specifically for people with disabilities. It's going to happen on May 5th, and it's going to be here at the center. So staff have been busy calling more than 500 people to try to get people registered for that clinic. Another activity that we did here, once we heard that they were recommending that people double mask, we knew a lot of our folks wouldn't be able to afford the cloth masks. And we were fortunate, I guess, enough to have gotten, I want to say, I don't even know, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000 cloth masks. And so we did a mass mailing to more than 500 consumers. We included our newsletter and also 5 cloth masks so that people could double mask if they needed to. We continue to work as agents for what used to be the Virginia Housing Authority, VHDA, the Virginia Housing and Development Authority, which is now Virginia Housing. And I wish all these entities would stop changing their name because it's getting very, very confusing. A lot of the CILs are agents for Virginia Housing for 2 of their programs. One is called RUAM, Rental Unit Accessibility Modification, and the other program is Granting Freedom. So with the RUAM program, we can access up to $6,000 to assist renters to make modifications in their unit so that the unit will be accessible to them. With the Granting Freedom program, we can access up to $6,000 for veterans who are either renters or homeowners. So that program had stopped for a while, but it's back in full swing. I can tell you that we've been inundated with requests for home modifications. And this is kind of interesting. We've also had contact with a company that does home and office gas delivery. We're working with them on changes that would be needed in the Code of Virginia to make this available in Virginia. So we've just started working with them and we're not sure exactly where it's going to be going, but as soon as we know, we will definitely let you all know. And as you heard earlier, we are applying for a grant for some ADA training. And I think that's it. Just one more thing from Brilk. I'm sure everybody knows how there is a severe lack of affordable and accessible housing. Roanoke is no different. So we applied for a Virginia Housing Community Impact Grant, and we're working with an architect and a landlord builder to look at accessible housing, commercial opportunities, and resources for housing residents, along with improved design of public spaces. So we're really excited about that. We've never actually driven the train on doing something in one of the neighborhoods. So it'll be interesting to see how all of this works out. But when we're done with the project, there will be building layouts and site plans, a cost estimate to analyze, and a feasibility study to see whether the recommendations that we pulled together will work for the property owner and the city of Roanoke. So very excited about that, and we'll share additional information as we move along. So any questions about the Basil report? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to achievements and barriers. Rob, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. And just wanted a point of clarification on so you're working directly with the builders on that project?
Yeah, we have an architect and we have a builder.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for the.
Okay. So at this point in our agenda, what we do is we identify achievements and barriers to completing some of the goals that are in our current state plan for independent living. We identified several during the executive committee meeting. Lauren, could you let everybody know what those achievements and barriers were that we pulled together?
I'll just flip through my stack of notes here. On the achievements, you have the program performance report has been finished and signed, and it's ready. Whenever it can be submitted, it will be submitted, as well as the consumer directed COVID relief from the council has gone through the procurement process, and it's to the point where a payment voucher is going to be submitted to fiscal. So that's well on its way to being out the door. Also, you have completed 3 trainings listed in your state plan for independent living, your new one for years 21 through 23. So you're doing great with progress on that. Also, another achievement, this is a big one, that the Centers for Independent Living in Virginia were able to successfully broker an agreement with the Administration for Community Living to share their CARES Act funds with other centers and even into underserved, unserved areas. That is something that I can attest to. I don't know if there are any other states, but at the time of the spill submission, no other states had been successful in actually getting that kind of agreement in place. It was actually pretty troublesome for many states. So that's a huge accomplishment on the part of the SIL network. Barriers, obviously the pandemic and not being able to meet in person, I think is especially difficult. Virtual can sometimes be easier, but it can also be more difficult as far as accessibility. So access to broadband or internet in general is a barrier that continues. You also have state websites that continue to be inaccessible. In particular, the Virginia Department for Health and your conflict of interest training through the Ethics Council. Those were the ones that I have. And I also have accessible kiosks, not really accessible.
This is Karen. Thank you for that, Lauren. Does anybody else have any achievements or barriers that we might want to capture for the report?
This is Rob, and Karen, you had mentioned about turning the Independent Living Center into a hub. So I wanted to highlight that.
Okay, thanks, Rob. This is Karen. So one of the things, again, we recognize that people with disabilities can't always afford internet access or may not have access to high-speed internet. And so one of the things that we did with our CARES Act funds, we installed a wireless hub so that individuals with disabilities can pull into our parking lot and have access to high-speed internet. So, again, just trying to bridge the digital divide and do anything that we could do to make sure that folks with disabilities have access to the internet, which continues to be a problem. Thanks, Rob, for reminding me about that. Anything else from anybody? Well,
Karen, I'm sorry, this is Lauren. I just, I wanted to, Vasantha Raymond actually sent me an email earlier. Vasantha, are you still on? Did you want to talk about the survey? I have some general slides if you wanted to bring that up.
I was just kind of very much amazed.
I don't think we can hear you very well. Can you turn up your microphone or just speak closer to it?
I don't have it with me, but you know, my son also took that survey, and I requested for the report when everything is available, and I went through each of them, and it was really like how it has been impacting people with disabilities, and I was really kind of you know, very surprised to see that people took the time to do that, and my heart went out kind of. So that's why I emailed you. I don't have it in front of me, but I think, as you mentioned, maybe, you know, many other people might have taken it, but in the future, things like this, the awareness to the people with disabilities communities, you know, is very important, like from the advocacy point.
And Jasantha, I pulled up for everybody. I hope that you can see this. This was the original informational flyer that went out from Ohio State University regarding a survey. And this was directed to the DD Council, so the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities. And I know that the SILs received this, and this actually took place at the start of COVID, really. And it was, are you an adult 18 plus with ID, intellectual disability? Do you have mental health needs? Have you seen a professional for your mental health needs? And they have sent some follow-up with numbers, and if it's okay with you all, I'll send you the flyer so that you know what it's coming from, and then also what they actually found, because it goes through when and how they did their study. It goes through who was in the study, and 404 people, and a lot of them from Virginia, and the things that they answered. So it gives some in-depth information. I don't think we have time to really get into it right now, but just for awareness purposes, in my tie-up email that I send, if there are any outstanding issues, I always send you a tie-up email the same day of the meeting. It'll have the legislative tracking documents from Maureen, and I will include this in it.
Thank you so much.
This is Karen. Thank you so much for bringing that to us, Vasantha. That's great.
Yeah, I was really, like, people took time to analyze these things, and I was really impressed.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, there was a comment from Ed Turner about the fact that Uber continues to be inaccessible at the beach for people with physical disabilities. And Ed, what I would say is, I don't think it's just at the beach. So, you know, again, I guess one of the barriers with our plan, if we identified transportation or lack of accessible transportation, we can certainly put things down like Uber and Lyft and, okay, Ed?
Very good.
I've got that down. Thank you so much. I will include that with the barriers.
Okay. And this is Rob. And also, I don't think it was mentioned before, regarding with the fact that Ed just mentioned about Uber. He also mentioned earlier about the inaccessibility with e-scooters and problems with e-scooters down at Virginia Beach. So I wanted to mention that.
This is Karen. Thank you, Rob. I did see that comment and I forgot to mention it. So yeah, e-scooters have become a real issue when it comes to keeping a clear path of travel. And you know, the e-scooter. Oop, sorry, Ed, go ahead.
How you get to the ball?
I'm sorry?
I can hardly go to the ball.
You can
Oh,
hardly
the
go to
boardwalk.
boardwalk. Yeah. We, you know, I tried to help the city understand what a liability this was for the city. You know, again, it's the city's responsibility to maintain a clear path of travel for all of their citizens. And if they've got an e-scooter company in here who's parking scooters in the wrong place or allowing them to just fall in the middle of the sidewalk, you know, that's very dangerous, not only for people with disabilities, but people who are elderly and just citizens. So I just saw another comment.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, Vasantha's saying e-scooters are all over in Fairfax County too. You know, I don't know if that's an issue that can be addressed at the state level because each of the localities contracts with these different entities. So it would seem to me that it would be a local issue rather than a state issue.
Karen, I just wanted to add and piggyback on this. A lot of work has been done around this in localities in Virginia, but the movement really started on the West Coast. That's where the scooters started showing up first. So by the time they made their way here, many cities, I believe Richmond has done some direct work with this, have actually, they are not doing business with the e-scooter companies because of the negligence factor that it can create.
And this is Karen. So again, you know, talk about liability. I mean, if I'm a city and I've contracted with some entity to put these e-scooters out there and somebody gets hurt on a city sidewalk, I would think that exposes the locality to some liability that they may want to consider before they allow these entities. And, you know, again, we understand that there's a need for all different modes of transportation. But when it comes to liability, blocking paths of travel, you know, something needs to change. So, okay. Any other business to come before the silk? If not, again, I want to thank everybody for attending our meeting. And Lauren, if you could just remind us all when our next meeting is scheduled.
I usually put it in the bottom of this last slide. It is July 14th or 15th. Let me just verify very quickly. That will be July 15th. I'm anticipating that will be a virtual meeting.
Okay.
All right. Well, again, thank you, everybody. It was good.
Thank you.
And hopefully
bye. Have a good afternoon.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Always good to see you. Thank you to the interpreters and captioner and VTC and Chris.